You don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
Who was King Blue? King Blue was a Chickasaw freedman. Some might say he was a black Indian or Aboriginal, but what he really was, he was an activist for people of African descent in Indian territory. One person who picked up the torch in the fight for the rights of people of.
You don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
The reason I do these videos is to see if people can be honest with themselves, to see if they can be critical.
You don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
Who was King Blue? King Blue was a Chickasaw freedman. Some might say he was a black Indian or Aboriginal, but what he really was, he was an activist for people of African descent in Indian territory. One person who picked up the torch in the fight for the rights of people of African descent in Indian territory is Chief Amunson, who was the president of the African Ancestral Society of Tulsa. He recently testified in front of a Judiciary House Committee where he mentions King Blue. He makes reference to him being on the same journey as King Blue and Isaac Alexander when they wrote in 1882 the Memorial of the Chickasaw Freedmen. Written in 1882, this piece is one of the most eloquent documents written by freedmen leaders, King Blue and Isaac Alexander. They made an appeal in the form of a document called A Memorial of the Chickasaw Freedmen. In this document, their plight and their plea for assistance from the United States is felt by the reader. It is produced on this page in its entirety. I'm not going to read all of this because it's a lot, but like always, the link will be in the description. Let's go over a couple of things because King Blue and Isaac Alexander, they knew they was of African descent because they say things like this. The undersigned, your memorialists, respectfully show that they are residents of Chickasaw Nation and area, persons of African descent, and were born and bred in the said nation. They make numerous references to being of African descent. They even bring up Article 3 of the 1866 treaties with the 5 civilized tribes that talk about giving rights to people of African descent. And they just go on and on and on. And they use the word African 22 times in this document. And you can see at the bottom it's signed by King Blue and Isaac Alexander. Most people only know of the King Blue who led his fellow Negroes into rebellion in Chickasaw Nation. But prior to that, he was a little bit more diplomatic, as you can see, with his approach in writing to the United States government. These are all examples of Pan-Africanism, whether it was violence or nonviolence. It's all about coming together as a unit for the betterment of the whole. Like I always say, it's not a coincidence that the conscious community is not so conscious, especially those pushing that Black Americans are not of African descent. No matter where you go in history, when you're looking at Black America, you will always find these people reminding you and I that they are of African descent.
Break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but
You want the teacher to call on you.
Baby, should've raised your hand.
Raise your
I raised my hand. I raised my
Okay,
hand.
Tayshawn. DJ ZB, was you done? Hold up. Finish up, brother. I'm
My bad.
sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. Get in there, Tashawn.
Not a coincidence. According to you, right? I want you to tell me in the 1828 Webster's definition. What is the definition of color? What does it say? Watch this, y'all.
There's actually three definitions. The third one, it says somebody of they talk about colors. They don't talk about people in the first two. The third one actually talks about people of African descent.
Okay, in that same
You want me to
dictionary.
pull it up?
Yeah, okay, I got you. In that same dictionary, what's the definition of American? Go.
The copper color races, okay, but that has nothing to do with the definition of color.
You see what I'm saying? That's disingenuous. Who have they called?
Yeah, there is a lot of disingenuous stuff going on here. Your school system and you. They should have never let you out of school with that type of thinking on the way English is formed. But let's get into it. The way they're using that word copper colored in the phrase, in the definition of American, is not the way he's trying to use it. They're not saying color like people of African descent, as we see here. They're saying copper colored, as in their description. They're saying they're copper colored, as in right here, they're pale red with yellow to it, like this woman. You don't think that you're this woman. But back to how this word is broken down into the sentence, right? So we have the copper colored races found here. Well, copper colored in the sentence is an adjective. It's describing the American races. It's not saying they're copper colored. I don't know how many times I got to say this. I don't even know if they're going to understand this. That's the sad part.
So, since you want to be so honest, Tayshawn, since you're being so honest, what is the definition of
Whoa! Hold on! I ain't done with you. Nah, you.
No, answer that question.
Hold up.
Negro in that same dictionary. Since you want to be so honest, what's Negro in that same dictionary?
That's fair.
What's Negro in the 1500s?
No.
Listen.
Nobody's gonna
No doubt. You can share your
You never
screen.
answered the question, though.
I got your sister Beth. You are
Don't be
patient. I
bashful.
got you, bro.
Negro is Spanish for dark. Negro is a language, Spanish language for dark people. Y'all, what are you talking
What
about?
that mean,
we know.
bro? Like,
I
don't understand.
I don't know. John brought it up. He brought the dictionary up. So in that same dictionary, what is Negro?
I'm talking about
Don't bring no
color. I'm
dictionaries
talking
up.
about color.
Let's don't bring no dictionaries up.
I'm talking
Hey,
about one word.
listen.
Okay, hold up.
This is remedial.
Hold up, Joe.
New rule.
Go ahead. Hold up. Go ahead, Chief.
Hold on. Time out.
Break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they wanna take up.
Today we're back, trying to battle some of this misinformation. So today we're going to deal with Giovanni Verrazzano's claim in 1524 when he says the natives were dark like Ethiopians.
Flowing the Atlantic coast from Carolina up into the New York area, he had wrote a letter to Francis I, the King of France, in 1524, describing the Carolina Indians as being dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopians. Giovanni de Verrazzano had described the Carolina Indians as exactly resembling the Ethiopians.
So what starts off as a harmless observation of some darker skinned people, this observation turns into ideology by the Black Aboriginals of America, where now Black Americans, they don't descend from West Africa. We was lied to, and now they descend from America. But they don't take into consideration who Verrazzano was comparing these people to, and we're going to look at that. He says they are dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopians. with thick black hair, not very long, tied back behind the head like a small tail. As for the physique of these men, they are well proportioned, of medium height, a little taller than we are. They have broad chests, strong arms, and the legs and other parts of the body are well composed. There is nothing else, except that they tend to be rather broad in the face, but not all, for we saw many with angular faces. They have big black eyes, an attentive and open look. They are not very strong, but they have a sharp cunning and are agile and swift runners. From what we could tell from observation in the last two respects, they resemble the Orientals, particularly those from the farthest Cenarian regions. So the first question should be, who are these Orientals and where's the Cenarian region that they're comparing these people to? But for some reason, all these memes and everything else leave that out. So when we look into who these Orientals are, they point us to the area of Asia, Southeastern Asia, specifically southeast of the Himalayas. And when we go and look at the people who are of this area, they don't look nothing like these American Negroes, nothing like these Aboriginal Americans, nothing like these Black Indians that are claiming this as a look. See, this is proof that we've been here. This is not what you get from that. So when you take everything that they say in context and we do a correct analysis of the context of what we're reading, we do not come to this is the American Negro. We come to this is what these people look like, or they describe them as looking like. And that's it. I'm out. It's not a coincidence that the conscious community is not so conscious.
Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
Well, the facts, according to history.com, currently, because it has been refuted, after examining radiocarbon dates, pollen, macrofossils, and DNA from the lake sediments cores, the researchers found that the corridor's choke point was not biologically viable, quote unquote, to have sustained humans on the arduous journey until 12,600 years ago, centuries after people were known to have been in North America. They found that until that time, the bottleneck area lacked the basic necessities for survival, such as wood for fuel and tools and game animals to be killed for sustenance by these hunter gatherers. Okay, so this is, you can get into this whole little thing right here about how it's been refuted and debunked.
Now, I know you've seen me in the chat, Hawk School, telling you to read the last two paragraphs, because what you're doing is very dishonest, and you're really taking away from the people. You act like you're showing the source that disproves the Bering Strait theory when it doesn't. It's just adding extra information to the Bering Strait theory. We're gonna go over this stuff.
So this is the problem with your article, Hawk School. You're not really reading it. So yeah, the headline says new study refutes theory of how humans populated North America. But if you read more than the part you just read, you will understand what you're talking about. They're saying that they gated it back because they couldn't have went through the ice, so they went along the coastline. They're not saying it didn't happen. Just archaeology studies have found that human colonization of North America by the so-called Clovis culture dates back to more than 13,000 years ago. And recent archaeology evidence suggests that people could have been on the continent 14,700 years ago. And they even have this to illustrate it. As you can see in the yellow is what they're saying is how the first people came. And what they used to think is in the brown is how the first people came through the ice sheets. So that part you read when they're saying it was impossible because they didn't have food and all that, yeah, that's right. That's why they went the other way. And then I asked you to read the two bottom paragraphs, and we're going to go to that. So it says, while later groups may have used the passway across the land bridge between Siberia and Alaska, so they're confirming that that did happen. They say it happened later on. The study authors say the first humans in North America likely migrated along the Pacific coast, although it is still unknown exactly how. The route taken by first humans coming to America is still unknown, but much evidence points to the Pacific coast. So, like I said, when I showed you the map, this article is not saying it debunks the Bering Strait theory. It's adding more detail to it. It's saying people came along the coastline and not directly through the middle of the ice. Back to the article. It says study co-author Mikkel Winter Pedersen, a PhD student at the Center for Geogenetics at the University of Copenhagen. If this is the case, we could be looking at humans who adapted to survive by exploiting the marine resources, whether by boat or from sea ice. They could have had a substance resembling what Inuits have had. But the main point of this is this article is not saying anything he tried to portray to this Aboriginal audience. This is ridiculous. I said it multiple times in the comments. I put the link in the comment. Nobody wanted to address it because they know it's all pseudo. They don't want to read the whole article because the article exposes that it's not debunking anything. It's not a coincidence that the Aboriginal community is not so conscious.
Break the lane, I'm trying to.
What with now? What you say?
Black people haven't done shit. That's crazy. For you
Ain't
to say
got a
black people
motherfucking
haven't
thing.
done
All
anything.
these historical buildings were built by nations. Black people do not have a fucking history. They haven't done shit. And this is in motherfucking, if you can Google it. Google it, sir. They haven't done shit. Those people's names is on those fucking inventions that they call African American. Those people goes back to nations here in America. So again, we can't talk about black people. We need to talk about nations. We need to talk about
Empress.
nations here in America.
Hold on, Empress. Let's play his. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence.
Yeah.
We created refrigerated trailers
Yes.
for a goddamn semi truck to pull. So you telling me
Yes.
only the slaves can
Jennings,
create that, bro?
Thomas Jennings, listen, Thomas Jennings.
Okay.
Go on the back
Only
track.
the
If you
slaves
go-
can do this, bro?
Check this out. No, not. What do you mean?
How are we
Listen.
African is the point that I'm trying to make. We don't do shit nobody else in the world
You
do.
know who
So how the
Thomas
fuck
Jennings
are we a different people? How do we descend from a people that we don't do nothing alike?
All right, let me answer this question for you. Do you know who Thomas L. Jennings is?
Tell me about him, bro.
All right, he invented the first dry cleaner. His daughter, I forget her name, but she won a lawsuit way before Rosa Parks because she was being forced to sit in the back of the train trial. They told her to get off and shit like that. She sued New York City and won. These people, that's who they are. Thomas L. Jennings even says the same thing I'm saying. We descend from African, but we not African. We are American. Let me read you what he said. He says our claim. This is in 1828 in front of New York Society for Mutual Relief. So slavery's still going on. He's a free man. He lives in New York. Our claims on America, you could say she's just what y'all don't like. Our claims on America, and I feel the same way that he's about what he's saying right now, is it is the land that gave us birth. It is the land of our nativity. We know no other country. It is the land in which our fathers have suffered and toiled. They have watered it with their tears and fanned it with sighs. Our relationship with Africa is the same as the white man is with Europe, only with the difference the one migrated voluntarily, the other was forced from home and all its pleasures. We have passed through several generations in this country, and consequently, we have become naturalized. Our habits, our manners, our passions, our dispositions have become the same. I might as well tell the white man about England, France, or Spain, the country whence his forefathers immigrated, and call him a European, as for him to call us an African. The argument will hold as good in one case as the other. Africa is foreign to us as Europe is foreign to them. He's saying we came from there, we went through slavery, our people died here. This is in 1828. But we're not African.
So
we
this
American.
is the dude that created the first dry cleaning business, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Ever, right?
Ever, yes.
Okay, what gave him the idea to create this dry cleaning? But how did he get that?
Bro, that's the why.
No. Wait. No, not.
Shut up. You don't know nothing about anything.
What he should have learned instead of asking that silly question was that not all black people was enslaved. There was a strong black community that they had money because they created things and made money off their businesses and inventions, and they also played an active part in activism and getting civil rights for us. He should have learned that if it wasn't for these people, he wouldn't be able to be on the internet claiming that he's something that he isn't.
Break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my. How ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they wanna take up.
Interesting.
You gonna stop us? You gonna stop us from making shit up?
This shit is ridiculous.
Listen.
You're telling all your listeners there was never a colonies in America.
Listen,
I just want to.
I'm asking you, what made it a colony?
What made it a colony because these
Yeah.
Europeans colonized it. They came and settled
So,
it. What are you talking about?
So, what does that have to do with us?
What do you mean? Well, it has to do with you telling some bullshit history. You were
So-
talking about. Be quiet. I'm answering your question. You made it such a big point. Oh, that's colonized. So I said, wasn't America colonized? You said no. So what are you talking about? You're
Okay,
just trying to
so
win
we're
little-
breaking it down. We're breaking it down right now. So you want to listen?
I'm listening.
Okay, so now the time period that you're talking about, right? When did they say it's the 1500s? Do you have a date when they established these colonies?
We have a date when they established the colony.
Right.
So Virginia, we could start in what 1607.
Hold on. So they doing. So that means they was doing business. So somebody here had to give them permission to do business with them, correct?
No, they wasn't. They was taking shit. Y'all let them take shit, nigga.
No. You the niggas that let them take shit.
Oh, y'all let them take shit. What
No.
are you talking about?
You ass kissing Yankees up there.
You were just you're sitting there saying that y'all was doing business with them, and then what? You do business with them,
Right.
they start taking
They wasn't. Okay.
What are you talking about?
So the French and the Spanish had colonies too, huh?
Of course.
So everybody had colonies just because they was doing business here, according to their narrative.
And then y'all let them take over the whole shit.
All right. So what we're saying is that we colonized Europe. Now what?
You didn't know.
Wait a minute. We were there first.
No.
We're stronger. Hey, hold on. We're stronger.
No. We're not. Don't start.
We're stronger.
Don't.
We've been stronger. What do you mean? Ain't no preaching. We're richer. We're stronger. We're bigger. We're faster.
How come there's a couple hundred million white people here, but there's not
Well,
a couple
that's what they
hundred
say.
million black people in Europe?
Hold on. That's what they say.
No, for real. No, for real. You're talking about y'all colonized there. No, you didn't. Stop making shit up, bro. You're making shit up. This shit is ridiculous.
Interesting.
You gonna stop us? You gonna stop us from making shit up?
No, I can't stop you from doing anything, but I like that you're acknowledging that you're making shit up.
You said Joe Hand, Matthew Hayes.
Don't save him. This nigga just said you're gonna stop us from making shit up.
Now listen,
Y'all
I don't know
y'all
what.
know this shit is a fraud. This shit is a fraud. Y'all niggas is playing some type of game, and I don't even know why people listen to y'all. He just said, "Are y'all gonna stop us from making this shit up?" They know.
Joe Hand, Matthew Hayes. Who is that, man?
Yes, it's the man that made the map, bro.
How you spell
You're not
it?
gonna keep asking me the same question.
Break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my. How ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they.
That's not our culture, money grip. None of that is our culture. None of the none of that shit. So if you are at a powwow and you think that this is what your people was doing, it's because most of the black Indians that teach this shit get their information from these Native Americans. And then they go back and teach this shit back to us. And then Well, where did you get? If you just found out you was an Indian 20 years ago, where did you get this history from? Oh, I found the Native American elder. Could have found out the motherfucker ain't even a Negro. The nigga's a Mongoloid from Oklahoma somewhere teaching you some pseudo shit, and then you're going back teaching it to the people.
A1, you definitely making a good point here. I want to highlight that, and that brings us to this book that you all teach out of. That's written by this man, Emery Dean Keoki, and this woman,
K. Marie Potterfield.
Isn't that what you were just talking about, where people are teaching from Native American elders, Mongoloid-looking people, and quoting these people and bringing it back to black people?
Halfway. Take a few steps back.
The reason why he wrote the book could be attributed to another book given to him by his uncle in the late 1960s. Emma recalled reading the book and being fascinated with its content. It wrote of American Indians being accomplished and efficient at many things, including agriculture. I went through the book and indexed everything that I had never learned before. There were things in that book that I had never read before, never been taught, and it shocked me. Emery collected information for over 30 years when he was homeless and living out of a car in the late 1990s. He put pen to paper and began writing the book. I started writing in my car and began to feel better about myself. I was able to get housing and get into counseling. The beauty of American Indian contributions is that it's pre-contact, pre-Columbus. His speaking request provided evidence to the versatility of this book. One of the Northern Plain tribes invited him to speak last summer during the increase in teen suicide. Emery worked with the students and used the book as a guide to help them identify with the important contributions made by Native Americans. The students' reviews were glowing, and he was invited back. One student shared with Emery that he felt like, I can go on with my education. Another said, this information has to come from an Indian.
Forget about it. This book is not for you.
People that's gonna probably be coming in watching later on, definitely this encyclopedia gives you something to be proud about. Even when you just coming into this Aborigine culture.
Give you what to be proud of. This is what I'm not understanding. It's a book not by you, not written about you, and not for you. Earlier you said you don't like people who get information from these Native Americans, these non-Aboriginals, but you're doing it. So what do you have to say for yourself? I wonder what he does have to say for himself. That's crazy. These Avos, they skip everything.
Let me get another thing. Let me get something else clear. Are you familiar with the works of James Chatters and Richard Mead?
Yeah, go ahead, bang them, man, because I was gonna pull it up. But go ahead.
Okay, so they were archaeologists who found skulls in Mike check.
Yeah.
Tribe.
Okay.
So hold on, before you say that, I know where you're going, bro. Hold on. I already said everybody who has dark skin is not a Negro. So why you talking to me about ain't no God nothing.
Everybody relax.
Have TV. Have
Everybody.
you already heard me say that there was dark skinned
Nah,
people in
nah,
America?
nah, nah,
Okay,
nah.
okay, let's go with it. Hold on, let's go with it. Not a coincidence. We're gonna
Have I
entertain.
already said that? No,
You
hold on. Have I
yes,
already
sir.
stated that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I
You
don't know
stated
what the
that.
crowd.
Okay, so now if you know where I'm going, then now the archaeologists who did this, right? They did the cranomorphology of these skeletal remains they found.
What
Some
year
like
is this? What year is this?
can somebody help? Was this about 10 years ago? 15?
No,
How
hold
many
up.
years ago?
Oh, I'll tell you right now. Hold on. I got the article pulled up. Give me 1 second. This was in
And I suggest that
2007. It was in 2007.
take that Michael Hoffman book and go get those books that he's citing.
And throw
That's
that
what you
Michael
do.
Hoffman book
I got
out.
all them
Throw
books.
that shit out.
I just ain't feel like pulling them up. I got
Throw
all
that
of them.
shit the fuck out.
White slavery in the South, the white slave, the Barbary. I got all them shit. I just ain't feel like he ain't qualified
Throw all
to
them
keep showing
shits
this
the
nigga
fuck
sources.
out.
Tribe.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on real quick because I don't want him to get confused now.
Well, I
Okay,
just
so
want to thank you for that book because you did introduce me to that, and it's a wonderful source. And I did find the free PDF, so I will be supplying that to all of the viewers, courtesy of
I know
Aboriginal
you gonna
TV
run.
and the Digital Black Dollar.
I know you gonna do the work and the research, man. That like most people should be doing. Like not a
Look.
coincidence should be doing this shit. Go ahead, Geechee God. You want to read it? You want to read it for this guy just to let him know?
I don't want to necessarily read it if he already knows about it. I just want to
Nah,
get
he
his.
don't know if I let the people.
So the point of me showing this video for anybody who's going to end up watching this is watch how he shows sources that totally debunk his Aboriginal theology. So watch when he starts showing sources.
People know. Let the people know that
You
this
don't know
nigga full
about
of
it?
shit. I'll read
Man,
it.
he
You want me to
don't
read
know.
it?
He don't know about it.
Hold
You
on,
want me
hold
to
on.
read it?
Who got it up? Hawk, that's you who got it up?
Well, I just went to the very beginning because there was a question about what it
Nah,
was
hit it right
about.
here. I mean, he got something. He got Let me get show this small prove this guy something real quick. Since he's sitting up here, let's. I want him to question this shit. All right, you can see this not a coincidence, right?
Hold on, A1.
I'm gonna drop the link.
All right. So it says
Oh, DNA. Uh-oh.
DNA from a 12,000-year-old skeleton helps answer the questions: who were the first Americans?
You see it?
It says, coming a little bit. But therein lies a puzzle. Modern Native Americans closely resemble people of China, Korea, and Japan, but the oldest American skeletons do not, says archaeologist and paleontologist James Chatters, lead author on the study and the owner of the Applied Paleoscience and Research Consulting Services based in Bothell, Washington. Come on down, son. A1.
Hold up. Oh, my bad. Yeah, hold up. There you go. Oh, it's right here. Here you go.
Okay, it says
What the hell?
the small number. It says the small number of early American specimens discovered so far have smaller and shorter faces and longer and narrower skulls than later Native Americans, more closely resembling the modern people of Africa, Australia, and the South Pacific. This has led to speculation that perhaps the first Americans and Native Americans came from different homelands. Chatters continue. So let's just stop right there. What is your analysis on that statement that was made that the earliest Americans had shorter faces and longer, narrower skulls than later Native Americans, and they were more closely associated with the people of Africa, Australia, and the South Pacific?
And who was it by again? No. And who was it? He's a what? An archaeologist and paleontologist?
I have no problem.
I just want to point that out there too. I just want. All right. So go ahead. I just want to point that out there too.
I've been said black people, not black people, but not everybody's That dark skin
My
nigga
dude,
is a
what you
Negro.
get said?
That's
You
it.
get said we from
Dark,
Africa,
no,
bro.
Ab,
No. You're not gonna
look.
do this,
Go
my
ahead,
dude.
keep reading.
You're
Just
not
keep
gonna
reading.
do.
Y'all
You are
full of shit.
full
Go
of
ahead. Watch
shit,
this.
bro.
Watch this. Keep reading.
We ain't gotta keep reading. We done.
No, keep
I'm
reading.
gonna go to.
No, you can't be
No.
done.
I'm gonna go to another
Why?
article for you.
No,
I'm gonna go to
it
another
says
article for you.
no.
I don't
Keep
need
reading
to.
that
I don't need to even
article.
go in
No,
there because I got
bro.
plenty of them.
Yo,
Look.
hold on.
I got.
So the reason he jumps from that article is because he's scared what that article really says. And here's A1's article. It's really simple. He didn't want to go. They didn't want to go read no further, right? Where it says this. This is why they stopped at that picture. It says new genetic evidence supports the hypothesis that the first people in the Americas all came from Northeast Asia by crossing a land bridge known as Beringina. When sea levels arose after the last ice age, the land bridge disappeared. So this is what pseudos do. They show a source and they hide their hand. They don't want to go into what the rest of the source says, right? So this source is not saying nothing about these people were here, they was always here. No, they're saying these people came from somewhere else. Yes, there was different people groups that came. It was different migrations. That's what they all came from this way and through this water. That's just how it goes. This led to the speculation that perhaps the first Americans and Native Americans came from different homelands or migrated. Ah, shit, what the fuck? Or migrated from Asia at different stages in their evolution. I mean, what more is there to say? They get more and more pseudo as it goes. So yeah, this article doesn't say that they didn't come from anywhere else. Yep, and they got DNA from the tooth. And check out what it says. The researchers focus on the mitochondria, which is used by geneticists to examine how populations are related. Mitochondrial DNA is more abundant than DNA found in cells' nucleus, so it's easier to study. Researchers focus especially on haplotypes, which are sequences of the genes that mutate more slowly than the rest of the mitochondrial DNA. Their analysis showed that Naya's mitochondrial DNA contains a haplotype that occurs in modern Native Americans and is only found in the Americas. Scientists believe it evolved in Beringina. So what? So yeah, them Native Americans today that the abos try to say that are faking. Well, they actually got DNA ties to Naya. So that's one source down. Where was we? Where was we?
I got plenty of them. You want to read this one too, Ab?
Matches to the Native
Look,
Americans.
Ab, you want to read this one too?
He don't want to read it because it says the DNA matches to the Native Americans.
You want to read?
You heard me telling him that. He switched it. I'm telling him that at the same time. He don't want to read it because the DNA matches. As we can see, this article that he put up there is from 1939. That says itself right there. He's just so hung up on the fact that they're trying to say these people are Negroid looking from their skeleton remains. That's fine, but you're still not those people. You're still not those people, no matter how much you try, brother.
That's why he's
1939.
Yo,
Do you want to read this one from 1939?
Matches to the Native
Do
Americans.
you want
Every
to
source
read this
he
from
uses
1939?
don't say
He
what
didn't
he
do
says.
no
Like I
DNA
keep
on him. He
saying.
did it by observation.
Yo, yes,
That's
it
why he
says
said
it in
Africa.
there.
One mic, man, for the people, one mic.
He didn't even read his article. You see how he said it didn't say anything about DNA in there. Let's see if I can rewind it a little bit. catching lions. Oh yeah, like this shit is horrible, and this is who they look up to.
Look,
Yo, hold
look.
on.
I
He
got
don't want
plenty
to
of.
read
You
it
want
because
to
it
read
says
this
the
one too,
DNA
Ab?
matches to the Native
Look, Ab,
Americans.
you want to read this one too?
He don't want to. Yo, he don't want to read it
Terrible.
because it says the DNA
Look.
matches to the Native Americans.
You want to read
That's
this
why
one
he
from
switched it.
1939?
Yo,
Do you want
it
to read this
says
one from
the DNA
1939?
I
matches
know
to the
his
Native
source better
Americans.
than he
Do you
does.
want
Every
to
source
read
you
this from
use
1939?
don't say
He
what he
didn't do
says.
no
Like I
DNA
keep
on him. He
saying.
did it by
Yo,
observation.
yes,
That's
it
why he
says
said
it in
Africa.
there. You're
One
lying.
mic, one
You're
mic, man, for
factual.
the people,
He's lying,
one mic.
y'all. He's
Hey,
lying. He's
I know
lying.
y'all passionate about y'all.
The next
You-
paragraph,
for the
the
people,
next
for the people.
paragraph literally says
Bro, ain't
the
no next
DNA
paragraph.
matches to
I
the
don't want
Native
to talk. I
Americans.
don't want to talk. I don't
He's
want to talk.
lying, y'all. This is what he
Can I ask
does.
a question?
Okay, hold
This is
on,
what
hold
he
on,
Can I
y'all.
ask a
does.
Hold
He's
on,
question?
lying.
My
hold
bad.
on, hold
He's
on. Real quick.
lying.
Hold on. So, with the next statement saying that the DNA matches with current Native Americans, right? So let's make logical sense of this, not a coincidence. Okay.
No, let's
So the
make
earliest
logical sense.
skeletons, right? The earliest skeletons say they resemble peoples Africa, the South Pacific, and Australia, right? But the later Native Americans resemble people of China, Japan, and Korea, right? That's what it said. So
Now, this is my question.
why would the people's DNA who look Chinese, right, and look Korean and look Asian, why is their DNA coming up the same as people who phenotypically look African, South Pacific, and Australia?
Why is he using a source that says that? It's not. Listen, this is his source.
Come
You can
on,
ask him that.
bro. Come
No, I can. Yo, bro, I
no.
can easily answer
Come
this. Nah,
on, no.
stop. Shut. Yo, every
See,
time
this
I
this
say
what we
something, y'all
saying,
can't
bro.
jump in. No, this is
Yeah,
what I'm
man.
saying.
Cause
I don't
Ab
even
asked
get
you a
a
simple
chance to
question
talk.
and you dance, bro.
I don't even.
Been saying that the DNA matches with current Native Americans, right? So let's make logical sense of this, not a coincidence. Okay.
No, let's
So the
make
earliest
logical sense.
skeletons, right? The earliest skeletons say they resemble peoples Africa, the South Pacific, and Australia, right? But the later Native Americans resemble people of China, Japan, and Korea, right? That's what it said. So
Now,
why would the people's DNA who look Chinese, right, and look Korean and look Asian, why is their DNA coming up the same as people who phenotypically look African, South Pacific, and Australia?
Why is he using a source that says that? It's not. Listen, this is his source.
come
You can
on,
ask him that.
bro. Come
No, I can. Yo, bro, I
no.
can easily answer
Come
this. Nah,
on,
stop.
no.
Shut. Yo, every
See,
time I
this
say
what we
something, y'all
saying,
can't
bro.
jump in. No, this is
Yeah,
what I'm
man.
saying.
Cause
I
Ab
don't even
asked
get
you a
a
simple
chance.
question and you dance, bro.
I don't even get. Yo, I
Dance.
was
We
gonna
laughing
answer
at
it.
you
I
and the
was
people in
gonna
the chat
answer it.
room
Y'all
laughing
niggas is
at you.
crazy,
You think
bro.
you think
I
we
don't
the
care
only one
about the
laughing
chat.
at
I
you?
don't
Got a
even look in the
coincidence?
chat. I don't
Not a
look in the chat.
coincidence.
I can care
Do you
less.
think we the only one laughing
I
at
can
you?
care less.
Look, this is how pseudo these dudes are. They go everywhere but to the information. Every time I talk, they're gonna interrupt me. You just see the pseudo tactics in full display, and it says a lot about their community, man. It seems like they're very immature, very.
The people in the chat room is laughing at you right now, sir. So I don't know if you want to continue this or maybe go lick your wounds and come back another day like they do a fucking cartoon.
Yeah,
So you
you
can
just
live through
dance like a
another day. But
motherfucker.
you get your
dance.
ass destroyed, man, and you sit up in here buck dancing, man. You made an explanation for every factual thing we presented to you, just like the European did.
Let me know when I can get 60
Did
seconds.
you send that nigga up here?
Nigga, if you gonna answer Ab question, Ab asked you a simple question, bro. Come on.
Hold on, you ain't from the same tribe as Rob Noxious.
Go ahead, man. I mean, look. I'm having fun, so we can do this all night.
Oh, we can. I don't got no problem.
I mean, hey, I don't know if you're gonna last, but we could do it all night and shit.
So can you answer the question?
It's a damn shame, they'll sit around and play with the information, but they don't want to get to it. He's showing sources from 1939. Supposed to be on science, almost 100 years old. Every time I talk, they interrupt me. But watch, I killed them the whole time. The whole time. Every source he pulled out.
Y'all gonna let me? Listen,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
repeat the question.
Give us an explanation.
But
All
you
right.
got it. Listen, hold on, Ab. Can I just get 60 seconds to answer the question? Then you
Take
got
off, my nigga. Oh,
No,
yeah.
ask the question and then I'm gonna answer it. But please, nobody cut me off. I don't get the point. Y'all cut me off every time.
He can't dance though,
All
Al.
right.
Come on now. He can't dance now.
I mean, I don't know what he gonna do after I ask it. I just gotta focus on asking it the proper way so that the people could understand. So
I just want to be able
the
to answer a
article,
question fully.
the article that we reference it made
back up.
very definitive statements, right? It said that the earliest Americans, right, they have a different skeletal morphology than the current Americans. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
All right, cool. Now, also in the article, it makes a definitive.
Why is he? This is shit I don't get. Why is he going all over this part? Where they say the DNA matches the Native Americans day to day. The analysis show that Naya's mitochondrial DNA contains haplogroups that occur in Native Americans and is only found in the Americas, believed to evolve in parents are straight. Even in that picture that he's showing, he did not want to read this part. Where it says these people came from Asia and crossed the land bridge. They don't do that though.
Definitive statement that the skeletal morphology of the earliest Americans are more closely related to the skeletal morphology of Africans, Australians, and South Pacific Islanders. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. Now it also makes another postulation that the modern Native Americans, right, are more closely skeletal morphology is more closely associated with people of Japan, Korea, and China. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. So we all on agreement up until this point. All right, cool. Now, when it comes to the DNA, right? Because you said we're gonna read under it, right, to where it says, but the DNA says that the DNA matches with the modern Native Americans, right? My question is, how can the DNA of ancient Americans, right, who phenotypically look like Africans, Pacific Islanders, and Australians, right? How could they have the same DNA of people who phenotypically look nothing like?
My boy Ab took a long road to get to nowhere. That shit is crazy. He said, how could the DNA, basically he's asking me, how could the DNA not match what the people look like? He's forgetting this is 10,000 years later, and these people mixing with these different groups that came from Asia, some dark skin, some light skin, which created the Native Americans you see today. He's missing that point. It's sad. He's letting that go over his head.
Like them.
Because we're talking about tens of thousands of years and these people mixing. It's more than one wave of migration.
Bro, he just said the first. He just said the first people here. Okay, he said he used terms that
So
simply tell
automatically,
you
if
a
they
time. He
say
used time.
first,
No,
that
he
means other
used
people
terms
came after.
that give you a different reality
Hold
and
on.
time. He said
Hold on.
modern, which is new.
Can you?
But he
All
said
right.
the
Can you?
first. The
Okay.
first,
Tell
the
me.
Aboriginal. He said the
Fine.
Aboriginals of
He
America
didn't say that.
resemble. He said first. Aboriginal means
Okay.
first. From
So
time of
first would mean there's a second
Aboriginal means
also.
first.
Okay, but if there's a first,
Okay,
that means there's a
it
second
means
also,
first.
right?
So what I'm doing is I'm paraphrasing. I'm going to take first out and use it and apply Aboriginal Americans. Do you have
Okay,
any problem
fine.
with that? Okay,
No.
they resemble what? Africans, Australians, and South Pacific
That's
Islanders.
fine.
Now, do you know
I
why he's
agree.
injecting that? Do you know why he's injecting that?
Yes, because they was melanated. That don't make
Okay,
them
they was
Negroes. I
melanated,
don't
right?
No,
know.
Okay,
no,
so
no,
at
no.
this
Not just because they were melanated, but because these people
Because of the
also
skulls. The
exude
skulls.
similar
Hello?
phenotypic and cranial morphological behaviors, right? So it ain't just because there's melanin, right? There's actual science behind that to back that these people have the same craniometrics as other skulls that we've found in other places, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you
Okay.
want to move on to the next article, sir? You
Hold
want to
on,
move on to the next
no,
one?
let's
Because
stay
we got
right here
more. It's
because
more.
listen,
It's
listen.
more.
All right,
It's
bro, come
more.
on. So
Do
basically,
you
I don't
want
got to
to?
say.
Do you want to see another
No, go
article?
ahead. Present your information, bro. Obviously, y'all don't want nothing to hear nothing I gotta say.
I mean, you
Because
answered
you
the
didn't
question,
read.
but
What?
that
No.
What's
question.
more?
This what he didn't want to share. This is exactly what he didn't want to share. How it says this. New genetic evidence supports the hypothesis that the first people in the Americas all came from northeast by crossing a land bridge known as Aboriginal. Right? That's what he don't want to show. What else he don't want to show? What they at when they talk about the DNA? Right here. The analysis showed that Naya's mitochondrial DNA contains a haplotype that occurs in modern Native Americans and is only found in the Americas. This is his source, not mine. His source, not mine. But this is the shit that they hide from the people. That they show them a source like, look, it said they was dark skinned. So what? That's been out. We know when they first came over here, there was no white people in the world. That white gene doesn't populate in the world until about 10 to 8,000 years ago. We know Native Americans started coming over here 13, 14, 20,000 years ago. So it couldn't have been no white people. Of course, they was dark, but not all dark skinned people are the same. And these Native Americans are not them. If they did, they would have the DNA. They don't got it. They fronting.
What you about to say?
You want to share a screen? Do you need to share your screen, or you just freestyle?
There's a reason you didn't read the whole article.
I don't
That's
have
it. You're
to.
fronting.
I don't
Because
have
it's
to.
gonna
I don't. He
debunk
shouldn't be
you.
making an
The
outlandish
article
statement saying that the
debunks
first
you.
Americans
No.
look like Africans, Australians, and South Pacific.
Yo,
I'm
listen.
using my brain at that point in time.
No, you're not.
I'm
bro.
not.
You're
I'm not going to
because
be
you
on
didn't read the
autopilot
whole
and just
article.
read it like, oh, I'm happy
The
to read
article
something.
don't
No,
agree with
I'm
what you're
going to
saying.
critical think at that point in time.
Nah.
Because there's
Yeah,
other
you want to
articles that
cherry pick.
listen, my
You
man,
want to
listen,
cherry
listen,
pick. That's
Wait,
exactly
wait,
what
hold
you're
on.
doing. You cherry
Let me
picking.
clear it up real quick, A1.
You
So,
cherry
not a
picking.
coincidence.
He's cherry
From your
picking.
understanding, there's people in China, right, that have the same genetic sequence as us, and they look Chinese and Korean.
No.
Okay, but that's what you're saying.
No,
with
that's
this
not
article.
what I'm saying. No, I'm saying people who are Negroes have the same genetic frequency as us. There's other dark-skinned people who ain't Negroes. I don't know what you go to 7-Eleven or
But the
gas station,
article,
you see a
but the
dark-skinned
article,
Indian, you don't say he's
hold
you.
on.
I
But
don't
the
know what you're
article is
talking about.
specifying locations where predominantly there are Negroes, right?
Bro,
Not other dark people. Wait, hold on. Let's be clear. Is the South
Let's be
Pacific?
clear.
Are they phenotypically majority Negroes?
That's a fact.
No, they're not. Let's be clear. That article shows.
All right.
That article clearly
That's
shows
a
the
fact.
Bering
Look,
Strait.
that's a fact.
The article shows the Bering Strait. Do you agree with that?
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let you get in, not a question. I promise. I'm just trying to get some clarity. Now, he named another place. He said Africa. Is Africa represented phenotypically by Negroes?
Bro, that article showed the Bering Strait. Are y'all saying y'all came from the Bering
Bro,
Strait? That article don't agree with you.
My man,
Everything y'all show don't agree.
You're right.
So do you agree with the Bering Strait? That's my point.
You're right.
You trying to use something cherry pick, bro?
Listen,
Like,
we don't
fuck
even
outta
have to
here.
stay in this article. We can go to another article and you can read what he said. He
So
said
look,
the same thing. No.
The Bering Strait. The
He said
etymology
the
said
same
only white
fucking
people
thing.
was
So why
enslaved
did
in
he say
Europe,
what he
Asia,
said?
and Africa.
Okay, so why did he say
Fuck
what he
outta
said?
here.
Why did he say what he said?
Well, hold on. I just want to
You ain't
ask
get
when
his
you
whole
hold on.
message. You
But
ain't
on
get his
some
whole
real,
message.
but not a coincidence. When we're dealing with scientific data, as a scientist, are you going to take all the data, or are you going to take the data
You're
that's
supposed to
necessary?
take all the data. You're gonna take all the data.
Well, the data
You
that
can't pick and
the data.
choose.
No,
In
no,
that
I'm not
study,
saying
nah,
no.
you can't pick and choose
I
from that study, bro.
misspoke. I didn't say that in a way you could understand it. That's not what I'm saying. Are you going to take all the data and say, if I'm trying to create, for instance, antidote for something, there's going to be tests that are incorrect, or there's going to be, tests that we run and shit didn't work that way.
These dudes are worse when it comes to the information. Let me skip this shit up because they'll just drag shit along. They don't want to show the whole article. They never do. Let me go to his next source.
Africa, South Pacific Islander in Australia. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Do you understand why he's saying that though?
Because
He's saying they
fucking
must
believe.
have came from there.
That's what he believes.
He's saying
What
they
the
came
fuck?
from there.
He's saying they
He's
came
saying
from
they
there.
came from there.
That's why
He's saying he.
So, it's crazy. They laughing about it. This is the article. They're literally saying the people came from Asia, crossing the Bering land bridge, the Bering Sea. This is their article. Pseudos died they source, man. And they got the nerve to be laughing. That's a nervous laugh. That's a pseudo laugh. That's all that is.
What? You think it's a trick question? You think? Oh, you think it's a trick question? So you think by him saying first Americans resemble Africans, you think he playing
Bro,
with it?
because y'all
So you think he don't mean what he's saying?
bro.
You
Read
think
the rest of the article. Look, read the rest of the article about the Australians
Let's move on to the
selling
next
to South
article. Let's
America.
move on to the next article.
They could be as
Let's move
black
on
as
to the
they
next one.
want.
Another one for you.
No,
If you like that one, I got another one for you. Look,
he want to run.
I got another one for you. I ain't got to run because we got more. We got more.
The people you use are saying
when
that
you
they
got a bunch
came
of
from
them, you don't
somewhere.
have to just stay on one. You don't have to stay on one map. You
Y'all
don't have to
niggas
stay on
is-
one
yo.
topic. You lost.
Y'all
You
niggas-
Not a coincidence.
Yo, how can I
Trying to
lose?
disagree with gang. I literally just read the article word for word, and it literally said this speculates that there's two different homelands that these people came from, right? Now that doesn't mean. Hold on. Okay, right. Got you.
Hey,
That's
got
why
it.
he didn't want to show
Hold
the
on.
picture.
Hold on. Can I
Got it.
finish?
That's why,
Can I
yo, bro,
finish?
he says
Can
that
I
one
finish?
comes
Can I finish?
around
Can I finish?
14,000 years and the other
Now he
comes
found this.
12,000
Hold
years.
on.
I know what I'm talking
Hold on, gang. Hold on. You're not understanding, right? He
I hate
named
when I get
several
hyped like
different
that.
geographical locations. The reason that he named that is so that you can get a picture of what the people morphology would be like, right? Okay, so because he found skulls that predate the Bering Straits skulls, and they more closely resemble people of South Pacific, Asia, and Africa and Australia, then he has to deduce that these people must have came here based on the current science and common consensus at the time.
He says, this is what he says, bro. Y'all acting like I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. I don't know why.
I just read the shit.
Bro,
Let's
that's
go to
no. I've
another
been
article.
new,
You want
bro.
to read this
He
one?
said,
Let's
don't,
move
yo, he said,
on. Let's move
he
on.
said
Fuck
there
this.
was a
Nigga not
migration
control
of
the platform.
14,000.
He not controlling the platform. Fuck what this nigga talking about. Fuck what he talking about. Fuck what he talking about. We don't keep on entertaining him, bro. This nigga think he fucking crazy, yo. Fuck this.
Like, fuck
He
y'all
think
won't
we
even
he's
show
still
the whole
talking
story.
about it. He's still talking about the same
Because
shit.
you're lying, bro.
He's still, how am I lying? How am I lying?
Yes or no?
How
Does
am
he
I
say,
lying?
does he say there was a migration
How
14,000
am I
and there was
lying?
migration
I'm showing improvement and I'm still lying?
Bro,
Was
they
there a
interviewed
migration
the people with the
14,012?
Australoid
Hey,
DNA.
look.
South
Hey,
America.
Ab, can you want to run through this real quick?
Oh my God. What you say, gang?
I'm gonna run through this one real quick because I already know. I already know he gonna try
The
to
guy he
debate you on
just
it. So
used
go ahead.
said the Americans came across the Bering Strait. I don't know.
This source does him horribly bad. Like I got the source. This shit actually says, if you read the top line, several studies concerning the continental morphological affinities of Paleo-Indian skeletons carried out independently in South and North America have indicated that the Americas were first occupied by non-mongoloids that made their way to the New World through the Bering Strait in ancient times. Why is A1 reading sources that say they came through the Bering Strait when at first they say they never came from the Bering Strait? And now we can go my favorite part. We can go right to this. You know, I got his source right here. We can go right to the last line. This dude is the worst, man. Now, the results obtained clearly confirm the idea. So the results obtained clearly confirm. It confirms it now. The idea that the Americas were first colonized by a generalized Homo sapiens population which inhabited East Asia. Come on, A1. You got to do way better than that, man. That's horrible. I don't even remember what he said about this shit, but come on, man.
Hold on.
Y'all acting like he didn't
Hold on.
say
Let me read this. Let me read this. Hopefully, I'm not going to be dyslexic or misinterpret. I'm going to try to read it slow so that I don't convolute it like we do, like not a coincidence. Thanks. We do it.
No, but bro, did he say that they came from a different place or no?
Wait, what was the question?
Did he say that the Americans came from somewhere else or no?
He said the speculation is because, listen, use your logic. Because he found two different sets of skulls,
Bro,
right?
hold on. Let's just do this.
I'm
asking what he said.
Or hypothesizing that because there's two different types of people's skulls here, there may be two different origins of the first Americans. That's all he's saying. He's not saying they came from the South Pacific Asia. He's not saying they came from Africa. He's not saying they came from Australia. He's saying this is the cranial morphology of these people. These are the most similar people today that you can kind of compare them to. That's what all he's saying in that article.
Can you answer my question? Does he say that these people came from somewhere else?
No.
If they came from somewhere else, sir, they cannot be American.
No.
But I don't listen. I don't care about. I'm talking about what this white man said. That it was a big ass.
Hold on. Even if they came from somewhere else, if they were here before, hold on. Hypothetically, if they came from somewhere else, if they were here before the Siberian or the other skulls that they found that are more closely related with Koreans and Chinese, right? If they were here first, even science agrees with that, then those would be the phenotypic people that we need to attest to be the first Americans and not the Native Americans. Wouldn't you think so?
Yes, I do. But that has nothing to do with. Now, I agree with you. Those people would phenotypically be the first Native Americans and not the ones we see today. Science proves that, yes. But the same science y'all using says that their DNA matches and that they came from somewhere else. That's
Can I explain that?
No, hold on.
I'm gonna be concise.
Run through this article right here, and then let him respond on this one right here. Because let's move on. Let's move on. No, we're not staying there. We're not gonna keep staying.
You don't.
It's gonna take me 10 seconds. It's gonna take me 10 seconds to break these down, gang. The reason that they have similar genetics, not a
I ain't asked you the reason.
Hold on, not a coincidence.
Let me I ain't asked you the reason, bro.
Hold on, A1. I'm gonna be real quick. Hold on, not a coincidence.
My question
I'm about to answer it.
Does the science you're using in that article say that they came from somewhere else and the DNA matches some of them?
Does the science say what? One more time.
Does the article, that science y'all using out of that article, does it say that the DNA matches some of the Native Americans today? And does it say that they came from somewhere else?
It does. Now, can I explain?
Go ahead.
Now, the reason. Now, I'm gonna ask you this: are Native Americans today mixed?
Yes.
All right. So, if the original ancient Americans who were phenotypically more closely associated with sub-Saharan Africans and all those other places, right? And then they mixed with other people, would they still have a genetic connection even though they wouldn't look phenotypically like their ancestors?
Yeah.
Okay. Would that explain why you would find skulls, right, that are phenotypically associated one way, right? But the DNA still has similarities to some of it because they could have an ancestor of an ancient American who would have resembled a sub-Saharan African, a Pacific Islander, but yet they phenotypically are Native Americans, but they carry the ancient American DNA because they have an ancestor somewhere down the line. Would that be possible?
Yeah.
Would that
I
be an
don't think,
explanation?
I don't think
No,
that's,
it
I don't
wouldn't
think
be.
that's it, bro.
No, it wouldn't be though.
I don't think that's it, bro.
You
Because
want to read
It's
the
still
article I have,
Steve
man?
Jobs.
hey,
You
hey,
want to
y'all,
read
let
the
me say
article?
something real quick. Let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick.
This is crazy. They do all this to get past all of this. Like I said, the last sentence of the paragraph summarizes everything. This is their source. This is what they showing. Shit is crazy. Hold on, I'm not even showing. Like, stop playing, man. The results obtained clearly confirm the idea that the Americas were first colonized by a generalized Homo sapien population which inhabited East Asia. Well, how did they get there? Let's see what it says. It says several studies. How did they get there? Several studies concerning the extracontinental morphology affinities of Paleo-Indian skeletons carried out independently in South and North America have indicated that the America was first colonized by non-Mongoloids that made their way to the New World through the Bering Strait in ancient times. It's really that simple, man. And they doing all this talking for what? I forgot what they was even talking about. Not the source.
So we dealing with the term slave. You ain't gonna sit here and change it to chattel property. This is what we dealing with here.
Watch how A1 misuses the etymology. Let's go.
Geeky guy, could you hit the share screen tab for me so I just want him to interpret this information for me. Maybe because I want to know. He seemed like he's so much smarter and he's so great at interpreting information. I'm going to let him interpret it.
Are you listening?
Here we go. Slave.
No,
now
listen.
let's go. Look, are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Go ahead, let's go.
Like I said, listen. Like I said,
let's go. The term is right there. You can read it yourself and do it. Read the term slave itself and
So this is what A1's trying to do. A1's trying to make it seem like, oh, because in the etymology, it don't say African American or Africans. That means that they can't be slaves. But yo, this dude is so pseudo, it's ridiculous. So let's really look at what it says, and then we're gonna hear what he said. He wants to skip over this whole part right here. This the part he doesn't want you to read this part. right? So it says late 13th century, so 1200s and beyond. A person who is the chattel or property of another. Cool. So we understand what slave means. Down here, which he likes to point out, because it says these Slavs, that's where they get the word slave from. And this is what I try to point out to him. Yeah, the word comes from these people, these Slavic people. They was enslaved in Eastern Europe, or in Europe, Asia, and Africa, never America. And even his source says this. So this is the third source he showed, and he's 0-3. It says the oldest written history of the slaves can be shortly summarized, or the Slavs can be shortly summarized. Myriads of slave hunts and the enthrallment of entire peoples. The slave was the most prized of human goods, with increased strength outside his marshy land of origin, hardened to the utmost against all privations, industrious, content, with little good humor, and cheerful. He filled the slave markets of Europe, Asia, and Africa. So this goes to his pseudo claim that, the Slavs were brought to America as slaves. Well, your etymology don't say that. So where are you really getting that from? Where are you really getting that from?
Time they get slave, they
Yo, where the
automatically
ref
think
at?
they ass.
Where's the referee at?
Say what?
I ain't
Where's the
noticed no
referee
flag.
at?
Can you?
What you want me to blow? I can blow the whistle.
What do you
First
mean?
down.
Listen,
First
no.
down.
What I'm saying
First
is,
down.
I gotta. He's making a false claim that I'm
Read
not
the
making. I never said the
definition.
word slave
Read.
only
No,
has to do with
you
Africa.
ain't saying nothing. You just said a
I
bunch of
Okay.
said
shit that
slave has to
determines
do.
what the term is. You just said they changed it. Now read the definition and tell me does the term slave itself, which they make it seem like only black people was enslaved. When we go to the etymology of the term, does the definition reflect on
Yo, bro,
any
that's not my
Africans
claim.
being
That's
taken
your
from
claim.
Africa being brought to America? Yes or no?
Oh, this looks like
Look,
it has 3 continents of people that filled the
And I'm gonna pull
markets.
hold
Negro up
on,
for you real quick. And
hold
look,
on.
and I'm gonna pull Negro up
Yo,
for you so you can point
you
out
want me
what you
to
was
read it or
pointing out
not? You want
before.
me to read it or not?
Read it. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute my mic. Go ahead.
No, you're crazy.
Read it.
Like I said, the point I was all right. It says late 13th century, person who was chattel or property of another. So as of the 13th century, that means
Keep
anybody.
going.
It just
Keep
it just has
going.
nothing. No,
That's one
that's
of the
my point
sentence.
right
That's
there.
one of the definitions.
No,
Keep
that's my
going.
point,
Okay, just
bro.
read the next
No,
thing.
look. Why is it?
Bro,
No,
I'm
Bro,
not
You
yeah,
reading
just
the
yeah,
whole
going
yeah.
to
thing
the
because y'all not even
definitions, my
listening
dude.
to my point. He's over there making false claims that I'm not making. That's my point. I'm telling you, as of the 13th century, yo,
Did
bro.
he just say something about the term slave in the definition?
Oh yeah, I believe you were saying that it was
And he
only
was saying
because
it
they were
more in
moving.
reference to where now it says Africans
No,
was
I
brought.
never said that. I don't know
Okay.
why y'all are saying I only said it if it
Yo, they will put words in your mouth, boy. They don't. They hear what they want. They don't go by what anything actually says. Like he's just freestyling this whole shit. It's a damn shame that they actually look up to him. Like he got something to offer.
why it's illegal. That's my point. I never fucking
Oh,
said that.
okay. Well then I
I don't know
misunderstood.
why y'all are saying that. I sat there and said multiple times, anybody can be enslaved.
It
It is
ain't no
not just a
anybody
specific
can be
ethnic.
enslaved when it's a fucking
All right,
ethnicity
hold on
group.
real quick.
Bro,
Let me get in here to see if I can clear something up real quick.
this is crazy.
Not a
This is
coincidence.
crazy. This is crazy.
So when you say we were enslaved, like when you be talking to us and we be making points about certain historical facts, right? When you say we, right? Are you acknowledging that every single type of people were slaves in that context? Or are you saying it just
Absolutely.
specifically for us as so-called
No, I'm
African American?
saying anybody can be enslaved. Anybody. There isn't a people group who wasn't enslaved by another people group or the same people group.
It ain't
Okay,
no
so
everybody.
when we talking about history and referencing it, and you make the reference that we wasn't just indigenous, that some of us were slaves, right? Are you acknowledging that every other type of people or race or ethnicity were slaves. So who is the we that you're referring to exactly is what I'm asking.
I don't really understand your question. Slave and indigenous. An indigenous person can be enslaved. So I don't really understand.
Okay, so is it from your understanding that the majority of black people were slaves at a certain point in time? In America?
In America, yes. Not in the world. No.
Right, in America.
Yeah, but not in the world.
Okay, so once again, do you acknowledge that there was different types of slaves in America other than black people?
Yeah, but not white people.
So read the definition. So
listen,
we only hold up. You
that-
only can
listen,
use
I'm
that
saying
term.
that
Hold on.
specifically.
Let me ask you a question. You only can use the term
Yo,
slave according.
It clearly says he filled the slave markets of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Why don't say America? But he's trying to use this as a source for it to say in America.
Hold up, brother. I'm asking you a question now. Answer the question.
In this etymology, it only says Europe,
Answer
Asia,
the
and Africa.
question. Answer the question. Answer the question.
It
Answer
only
the question.
says
You
Europe,
only can
Asia,
use
and
the term
Africa
slave
in this
according to the
etymology
definition
right now.
that you know, right? Yes or no, right? You only can use the
One
term
mic,
according to the definition, right? Huh? You only can use it according to the definition, right?
No, you're supposed to use it.
What you mean, no?
No,
We got
you're
the
supposed to
definition
use
right in
it.
front of you, making your own definition up for the
Listen,
term
bro.
slave. You doing the same shit that
All right, so
history has
listen.
done to us.
All right, let's.
No, let's read it. Let's read it and let's see does it say anything about Africans being brought from America.
Let's read it. And let me say
listen,
let me
the
say this one
motherfucking
thing.
Look, there you go right there. You heard him. Where does it say that Africans was brought to the Americas? It don't have to say that in the etymology of slave. That's not what it's for. For the 13th century, any person who is a chattel or property of another, that's what it says. Oh yeah. Like what is he? And then he trying to make a whole nother, he makes a whole claim up. Who says that the definition of the word slave comes from Africans or black people? Who made that up? Like, what false claim? Where's he getting that false claim from? Like, this shit is ridiculous. So that's what most of them do. They make a false claim and act like they project it like somebody actually said it. Nobody said that shit. But the truth is, the history in America is black people, for the most part, was brought here as slaves. I like that's it. Look at us now. Though. We came, we saw, we conquered, took over a whole island, fought for our rights here, got them, and still pushing forward. We ain't even been here that long. We doing better than the people that's been here forever. Like this is crazy.
etymology of the word don't say nothing about Africans. You just said white people couldn't be slaves, right? But then I gotta highlight it where it say I got it highlighted where it say see slaves. You just said white people cannot be enslaved. Yes, you did. You just told IFTV that.
When the fuck did I say white people can't be slaves? I said white people were not slaves in America. And it don't say that in his etymology. This nigga's slow. That's what they do. They make false claims. They act like you said one thing, and then they act like you say something stupid, so they can easily jump on that because they can't attack what you really said because they have no standing. Like this dude. So let me play this shit.
I said in America. That's exactly what I said. So why are you lying?
So the term slave, as we know it,
what I am
was told to us
falsely. Is going to tell you
no,
that white people was
it was
enslaved
told
in
to us
Africa,
falsely.
Europe, and Asia.
Do we need a timer? Do you suggest a
etymology-
timer? Anybody? Maybe we need a timer or something. We'll put a timer on the screen. Is this going to resolve this?
etymology,
He just got.
In this, no, because you make a no. Let's stay right here.
Move on to the
Let's
next
stay right
question,
here.
bro. Move on to the next question,
no.
I ain't got all day for this shit right here.
Yo, don't
Okay,
cut me off.
hey,
What I'm saying is, in the etymology, it says
break it
Europe,
down.
Asia, and Africa, white people was enslaved. It don't say America.
Okay,
Y'all bugging.
so
So let's read it.
can I just ask a question?
If
I
it
just want to ask.
mentions the term of it being applied here, then why wouldn't they be here?
Yo, bro,
The term applies to them, so why wouldn't they be? So it's telling you that they was in America because the only Slav or slaves it could be is people of the Slavic race.
No,
Bro, hey, hold on. Not a question. On some real shit, bro. On some real shit, it say late 1300. So that's like 3 centuries before 1600, bro.
Yeah,
300 years.
every time. And that means
that's more than a
ever since
lifestyle, more than a culture of being
but
a
bro,
slave.
that means, listen to me, that means ever since 13th century that anybody can
It don't say anybody. It say Slavs, my man.
It don't. Yes,
bro. It don't say anybody. It don't point out Asians. It don't point out Africans. It don't point out Americans. It don't point out Indians. It don't point out
I'm putting it on 2-minute timer right now.
Hold on, real quick. Maybe we can clear it up like this. So you're basically saying not a coincidence that originally the term slave did come from Slavs, but throughout time it changed, right? It's social context in me. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. So
why would somebody from France?
Hold on, real quick. So how you would figure this out, y'all? How would you
I'll go on mute. Can I say one more thing? I'm going on mute.
Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say, listen, when I say A1 uses this wrong, what I'm trying to say is that as of the 13th century, it's saying anybody who's property. But also when they get into the ethnic group of these Slavic people, they saying these Slavic people was only enslaved in Europe, Asia, and Africa. It don't say America. And if you read this etymology, that's what it says. So he I don't know where he's getting anything about America.
So this is hold on. This is the what's good, bro?
Shit, just cool. How you?
Chilling, bro. Well, my bad. I had to run outside real quick.
You good? You say I'm on my CP time too.
Yeah.
Started an hour ago.
I was doing all types of shit. But yeah, bro. So what you think? Like, so I don't know how long you was watching, but I showed 3 sources that this dude be showing, and they all disagree with what he says. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like he's showing shit.
Oh, what's the topic?
Trying to hide it. The topic's basically A1 sources and how he's basically hiding his hand. Like, that's the topic. How A1 be bullshitting with these sources. How
See,
they don't
you
say
try
what
to
he
get me
said.
back in some shit. I'm tired of fucking with them niggas, to be honest. But yeah, we can talk it.
Nah, yo. So fuck. It's not even that. Put it like this: if you was an Aboriginal, would you present a slide? Would you present a source like this to make your claim that the Aboriginals they always been here. They didn't come from anywhere else, right? You wouldn't use this source when this source is saying that they came from the Barren Strait. That's my point. That's my point.
All right. So what exactly is this source actually saying? So this way I can try and get a better look at it.
He wanted to use it. He wanted to use it
real quick though, like because the way through my researches, right, what I figured out is you can't trust any source, but you can try and pick and choose, and yes, it's going to be cherry picking. And no, it doesn't matter which side of the fence that you're on, but you're going to be cherry picking because in the long run, we're still looking at other people's opinions, their thoughts, and what they're saying. We don't know why or they were influenced one way or another. But you can kind of, because sometimes like certain sources, you might find just like 3 words that might be able to help you out as far as your cause. Because like, why is this even in here? Or it could be like, you know what I mean? But yeah, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. Continue.
So I wouldn't say so. This is my thing. I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
you gotta basically pick and choose. Like
I mean, that's what we do.
no, I'm if I use a source, I'm using the whole thing. I stand on the whole thing. I'm not picking anything out.
Oh, careful with that. Careful with that.
I'm serious. I'm serious because I know where I'm at with it.
All right.
There's nothing to hide, bro. Just like so, he wanted to use it for because it said this. The small number of early American specimens discovered so far have a smaller, shorter face and longer, narrow skull than later Native Americans, more closely resembling the modern people of Africa, Australia, and South Pacific. So he
Mhm.
wanted to use it as saying, look, these are black people. Cool, I have no problem with that. I don't. Me and you have plenty of conversations. I don't disagree that there was melanated people here in
Mhm.
Americas first.
But you deny the ones that look like so-called modern Africans.
No, I'm not. My
Yeah.
point. No. Look, no. I have no, bro. I have no problem with them looking like that. Cool, but just listen to me. What
All
I'm
right.
saying is, regardless of what they look like, they came from somewhere else.
Okay, so now we're just going to section off the Africa part. So they look
Huh?
like modern people of Africa, right? So
Australia and South Pacific.
they still saying that they came from somewhere else.
Yeah, this is what the article is that's this the summary of the article. That
Okay,
they
so
came.
got you.
So I wouldn't. Why would you use this?
Because of that one line that
Because
that he.
because
That,
they're both they're saying. Listen, they're saying there was multiple waves. The
Mhm.
first ones that came was certain people group that was more melanated, and then these people mixed with the other ones that came, but they still only came between 2,000 years apart from each other. These
Yeah.
people mixed and became what we see as the Native Americans today. That's what they're saying
Hmm.
in this article. In this article, that's what they're saying.
Yeah. But at the same time, hold on, scroll right back up to where you got that highlighted.
Mhm.
Right there. The key word is hypothesis.
Yeah, but all right, you know what a hypothesis is, right?
Scientific word for guess.
No, no, it's not.
Yes, it
No, it's
is.
not. So you see,
You guessed
you
it.
see how
You
look,
just
brother.
to try and prove
So all right.
positive.
So nah, we're not listen. New genetic evidence supports the hypothesis. So the
Hmm.
hypothesis is not a guess. They have evidence and they lead to a conclusion. They gather more evidence that supports this conclusion. That's it. Like that's it. So let me show you what's not a hypothesis. Since you want to play these word games, but the point is, would you use this? Like where we at? Would you use this? Look at this. The analysis showed that Naya's mitochondrial DNA contains a haplotype that occurs in modern Native American and only is found in the Americas. Scientists believe it evolved in Beijing. Why is he using sources like this? Why would any Abo use a source like this? Just because it said it looked like they look like Africans or they look like other dark skinned people? That's what he's trying to say?
Hold on, give me 1 second. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna have to ask you what you asked again real quick because hold on 1 second.
Bro, the whole point is he uses these sources that don't agree with what he's saying. Here's another one
You saying don't agree? Don't agree how?
with the Abo premise that y'all always been here. That source is not saying y'all always been here. I don't get what you're not hearing, bro. It's not saying they always been here. It's saying they came from somewhere else.
True. But
That's
here,
all like what?
Well, here's one thing with that though, right? Because you can actually go ahead and pull up sources that show that whole bullshit, right? But hold on. But the thing is, if they're saying they look like all these different races, blah 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 blah, Bering Strait's bullshit. These 3 migration waves that they say is bullshit. So then what they're telling you is they're going off of the historical things that they found from the so-called early people that came here. Like in the 1700s down in Patagonia and all that shit. They say, oh, they look like Fuegans. I mean, the Fuegans look like people from Australia. They look like people from Papua New Guinea and the whole micro-Austro-Melanesian region. And then what you have is you get to follow the DNA even says the same thing now, which is following the historical narrative. But the narrative is saying that all these migration waves came here. But the thing is, it's just a guess. Nobody has actually proven these migration waves that ever come to America. It's not possible to ever prove. But at the same time, when you look at America and you find all these different historical things they found, you start thinking, how is this really the new world? Oh, because it's only new to the other people that just got here, who have no recollection of this area. And then you look through the artifacts of America and you get to see every race and every complexion is depicted by the people that were always here. So what they're doing is they're replacing out of America, if that's a thing, yeah, it is, but with out of Africa to keep people away from understanding how great America really was. And honestly, I think that's what A1's trying to say. Yes, I see her. But at the same time, what tribe is she?
Bro, I can't believe you actually doing all that to skip around my point.
No, I get. Can't skip around your point. I just explained to you why he would like use that source. Me personally, would I use that? I would have to use that with extra context, so this way I can show you. Like, look, okay, they're saying this. Basically, exactly what I just explained to you. I would have to show all.
I get it. I ain't going front, bro. I don't get it, bro. The whole Aboriginal community stands on. Listen, we always been here. We got the top dog A1 showing sources that say they niggas just got here.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? So look, he didn't do it once, bro. He didn't do it once. So he did it with this one. He did it with this one. He didn't do it once, bro. He did it with that one, and then he also did it with this one. Right? I don't look.
Okay, yeah, with Lucy and shit. But the DNA kept something different because they weren't counting the craniology.
The results obtained clearly confirm the idea that the Americas was first colonized by a generalized Homo sapien population which inhabited East Asia. Where did they say they came from?
All right, so let me ask you. So you're saying he shouldn't use a source that is trying to back the Bering Strait theory?
Exactly.
Okay.
Why would he? Why would you? Both of those sources. That's the point. They back the Bering Strait theory. That's the whole point.
So you know,
why is he showing these?
You know who Ankh is, right?
Yeah.
Like off of Sonnet and all that. He's an atheist, self-proclaimed atheist or whatnot. But he uses the Bible to back himself. See what I'm saying?
In what context, though? No. In what context?
Have you ever watched any of Ankh's like early videos when he's down like little conference rooms and all that other shit? You can see homeboy taking the Bible and using it against Christians or whatever. Is like picking it.
If he's debating, if you're debating the Bible, of course you're going to use the Bible. I think that's a bad example, brother.
Nah,
same thing. He's not going to. And I'm not here to defend anything he did. I don't know.
I've tried like to be as peaceful with this brother. Last time me and him talked, we was on Topcast channel and I came up there. Like I asked him, like, please don't use this source. I'm trying to help you out. Blah 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 blah.
All right. I'm gonna leave you alone about that.
Like,
I'm pretty sure I made my point clear though. I'm pretty sure.
I understand, like, why you gonna use a source that what you're saying.
So since I got you up there, we could talk about something, huh?
All right, what you got?
Oh, so is this woman a melanated woman?
Technically, yeah.
Technically, she's pretty brown
Technically,
skin, brother.
I mean, you can't say like, oh,
Do
no,
you
yeah,
think
no.
that
Well, I mean,
she's pretty dark, right?
everybody's brown.
She's not
Everybody's
dark,
brown.
dark, but no, not everybody's brown, bro.
Same complexion. So you know what I mean.
Listen, brother.
I
These are
got
the people. These are the people they see when they came.
no.
Yeah.
All right, so bet. So if these are the people they see when they came, why are there depictions of people who don't look like that look like the average Negro in America?
What do you mean depictions? Let's not go a painting. So you remember Verrazano? He's a perfect example.
People this way.
She would look like the people Verrazano is talking about.
No, you're taking that out of context.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Let's do
On
this.
the last two respects that
Let's do
Verrazano
this.
mentioned.
Let's do this, brother.
The last
You've been
two
bothering me about this shit for a long time.
the last two respects. What are those last two respects that
You've been arguing about this for too long now.
pull it up, bro? Like, I mean, we can go through it and like
You know me, man. I'm the pull up king, man. That's all I do
word.
is pull
You do
shit.
what you do.
You can't have a conversation without demonstration, man. But this is what they do. They'll sit there and talk you to death, but never show anything. So
Yeah.
to me, if you can't show something, you made it up, man. I don't care. So look, Ty said she don't look Ethiopian. He didn't say she looked Ethiopian. Well, he didn't say that the Indians look Ethiopian. Do you agree with that?
I gotta see exactly what he said, but I think he was actually really
He said they're dark in color like the
on
Ethiopians.
the Ethiopian. Yeah.
She's dark in color like the Ethiopians. So we see this is the Giovanni the Verrazano letter to King Francis I of France, July 8th, 1524. Right? So where's it at? It's on this page. So look, y'all go with they say Ethiopian. Well, you won't go with the part where they said completely naked. You won't go with that part though.
Oh, which part?
Right here it says, am I showing it? Yeah, I'm showing.
Right, they go completely naked except around their loins.
Y'all not jacking that part though.
No, but here's what time of year did he get there? Was it summertime? Because if you're talking about wintertime, then we got a whole nother conversation.
That's not even the point. That's not even the point I'm trying to make. But my point is, they pick and choose. Real, like, so here we go.
Everybody does it though. You can't deny that. On the Pan side, they pick and choose. On the Abo side, pick and choose. Everybody.
But see, y'all call people that are Pan Africans that are not really Pan African. Like that doesn't make no sense to me. Like
Most of the people who deny Pan African, they will tell you that no, I'm not a Pan African.
That's what I'm saying. They call people. You think just because somebody says that they're African descent, that makes them a Pan African. That doesn't make them a Pan African, bro.
Depends on.
Pan Africanism is an action. Pan Africanism is an action. It's an action of you actually working together.
Idea. It's just like religion.
It's not you don't just say, "Oh, I'm an African descent." That doesn't make you a Pan African.
Hey, the Rutledge Dictionary defines Pan African as a idea.
Yeah, a political and economical.
Political
and economical. Yeah, it's us getting together politically and economically to help each other out. Money and laws.
Doing that
What are you
though.
talking about? What?
We only seen groups of niggas doing that. I can say this because I seen it in my own lineage.
Yeah, that's what the whole civil rights movement was about. But let's not get too far. Let's talk about Arizona.
Get back to this.
Because so like I was saying, the
all right,
the Negro,
not unlike the Ethiopians with thick black hair, not very long, behind the back like a small tail. So thick black hair, not very not behind the head, a thick tail. As for the physique of these men,
hold on, bro. Wait, hold on. I just want to confirm that first sentence. When they say dark in color, they're not saying they look like them, right? They're just saying the color looks like them.
Yeah, they're dark in color. Like I mean, on top of it, I look at what is their definition of dark at that time? Because dark is like you got dark and then you got dark dark.
Well, then they compare them to Ethiopians. Well, we're saying they could be. I'm saying they could be any shade. They're not white. I'm saying they're not white. They're brown skin, or dark skin, whatever in between.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. What that means.
50 Shades of Brown.
Yes, they would be
So
something like that.
that's one of the 50 Shades of Brown. Can't deny.
Okay. And okay, so there we go. So thick black hair, not very long, tied by. Oh, you can read it. Go ahead, bro. You was reading.
Yeah, thick black hair, not very long, tied behind their back like a small tail. Now that part right there is very subjective. As for physique of these men, they are very well proportioned, of medium height, a little taller than we are. They have broad chests, strong arms, and legs and other parts of the body well composed. There is nothing else except that they tend to be rather broad in the face. You know, like, oh, my mama got high cheekbones or some shit like that. But not all. So not everybody had that same look. For we saw many with angular faces. This is where you get the spirit cave mummy looks like a European. They have big black eyes. Well, there's a lot of people around the world with that. And an attentive and open look. So, in other words, that sounds like somebody's always on alert or somebody just got surprised by something. They just seen some shit like, oh, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, they didn't have a wide face.
Pretty strong, which I call bullshit on that part because he didn't really get to see what these niggas really is about and what they do. But they have a sharp and cunning. They have a sharp cunning and are agile and swift runners. From what we could tell from observation in the last two respects, they resemble the Orientals. The last two respects, and you told me what you said the last two respects are, but go ahead, tell me right now. What are the last two respects?
It tells you when they're talking about their look. And it says resemble, bro.
Hold on. So you're trying to include all the blue.
What?
So you're saying that
I'll say what?
you said the last two respects include all of that you got highlighted right now.
No.
So which parts are the two respects?
Look, where they go, here we go. Let me see. So that's what I'm saying is the last two respects. Except that they tend to be rather broad faced. They're talking about their face, how they look, their eyes, all of that. And then their physical capabilities. But this is what you're really missing, bro. Resembles.
Mm-hmm.
Resembles.
The last two respects you're saying they resemble. So in other words, the Orientals they would be rather broad in the face, but not all, for we saw many with angular faces. The Orientals also have big black eyes and an attentive open look. The Orientals that we think of now don't have that look. They have that cunning, I'm staring at your ass look because their eyes are always slanted or very close to being sleepy. But they are not very strong. So that's another thing you're trying to say the Orientals resemble, according to you. And they have a sharp cunning. Actually, pull up. Can you pull up that definition of cunning? Because I got what I think it means, but let's pull up what it actually means.
Sharp cunning.
Now you have resemble on deck, motherfucker.
See that, right? Because you ain't want to go there. So resemble. Let's see. Look, to be like or similar to.
We're talking about you saying they resemble.
Huh?
We talk about
Orientals.
Say they resemble.
They know. They tell you who the Orientals. I'm just waiting for you to finish whatever you trying to do. You trying to do a lot of gish galloping. But we'll go to cunning. So it's saying crafty in the use of special resources, um, willingness and trickery, prettily appealing, display keen sight. You wanted me to keep going down? Skill and subtly, so I would say it. As in inventing, devising, or executing. So they're saying that these people were skillful. That's what it sounds like.
All right. So we can agree with that. So I
All
enough
right.
to the Verrazano quote, because we're about to get to the part where I say are the last two respects.
All right, you guys. I'm talking about this is what I want to focus on. Resemble the Orientals, particularly those from the farthest scenario region.
Yeah, I know.
So you see that two right here? You want to know what that means?
But you got to put in context what you just said. That whole part right there. They're
No,
saying
two is putting the whole thing in context.
no, no,
Two is
no.
gonna put
But
that's the
hear me out. Hear me out.
yeah.
They're saying that you showed it. You showed me exactly what part you're saying are the last two respects, right? So what you're saying is they resemble these people in these last two respects when we put it together. And those last two respects do not resemble the Oriental that you're thinking of. It's not possible. Because the Oriental you're thinking of, their eyes are barely open. They look like they high as a motherfucker all day. Naturally. It says their eyes are wide open and very attentive.
Bro, you can't get past this, my nigga. Resemble the Orientals, particularly those from the farthest Scenarian region.
Yeah,
Would you
that's
like to see? Would you
no,
like to see what they reference in that too?
not a problem. Because what you just showed me, what you think are the last two respects, I'm telling you what the last two respects are: agile and swift runners. Those are the last two respects.
No.
Now, let's look up the word respects.
All right, we can listen. We could go back and forth. You can have that. You want to say that's the last two respects? Fine, cool. I don't care. Like, no, I don't because you're arguing. That's not what the argument is. The argument is that in this quote, they're telling you that these people are from Asia, that they look like these Asian people. And
So
that's what
then,
they're saying.
people, do you know that eyes are, according to your part that you said are the last two respects, right? According to what you said, the last two respects.
Not according to me, it's according to them. Look, they
Yeah,
saying the last two respects.
trying to,
They resemble. They resemble. Look,
yeah.
this is not me saying. It's them saying it, son.
No, we're dealing with the part that you're trying to say
This
is
is
the
what
last.
Maranzano said.
Because no. The right now the difference between me and you, we're going off of what the last two respects are. We both agree that they're saying that this is what they resemble. So we agree on that part. We're also agreeing on the part that that they have wide and open eyes, they have thick black hair that is a short tail. I don't know how many sisters you've ever seen with that, but go ahead. But
Ain't
anyway,
no sisters. That's the point. This ain't about sisters, bro.
no. I ain't saying just sisters, but like, yeah.
No, you talking about people. It ain't. It ain't. I'm telling you, it ain't black people. That's the whole point. It ain't
Woo.
black people.
You see, now you just proved my point earlier. You're denying the nigga of America.
No, I'm not. I
Yes,
just
you
showed
are.
you.
You just did
This
that.
is
You just did that.
this is the nigga of America right here. That's the nigga of America.
No,
Yeah.
no. What tribe is she from?
She's
Let's,
from
let's go to
indigenous woman leader of the Guna people, Pecora Indigenous Territory,
the Guna
Panama.
people, province of Panama. Okay.
Remember what happened to that bottle of
Those
mocha?
areas.
Give Ruby that.
So what you're trying to say that she was never conquered, her family was never interbred in by the colonizer, right?
Why are you trying to insinuate that's what I'm saying? Are you trying to say she's mixed?
No, I'm asking you.
That's your premise. That's not mine. I'm telling you, it says
No, you're
she's an
saying that the
indigenous woman.
American all look like her.
Indigenous woman. Indigenous woman, bro. That's
She's
you, not me.
well, we got blue-eyed, blonde-haired people that are claiming indigenous and getting the
Well,
benefit.
that's not who I'm showing you though. I'm not
No,
showing you blonde hair, blue eyed people. I'm showing you this woman.
it's indigenous, but if we have blonde-eyed, blue-eyed and blonde-haired people that are labeled indigenous, and we know damn well that they were mixed into, and that all of a sudden this predominantly white European took over. But yet,
these are the Guna people.
What people are they?
That's her tribe, the one I just showed you before, the other lady.
The Guna? Oh, no, the Guna, that's the Kuna people. Oh, I got a drop for you on that. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'll be right back. I don't know. Fill that air real quick. I'll be right back.
Look, this woman dark skin. This is what I'm saying. Y'all want to take other melanated people's history. This shit is sad, man. This shit is sad. Real sad. Like I said, Verrazano said these people resemble Orientals, those from the farthest Cenarian region. So yeah, they was dark skinned. Like this woman. So they wasn't y'all, fam. She wasn't y'all. This ain't y'all. Y'all need to stop taking people's history. That's just the crazy part. Man, where you go? You ran from Verrazano? OHF, yeah, she definitely melanated. They want to steal everybody else's history. That shit crazy. They want to misquote people. They need to stop that, man. Let me see what else I can dig up. Oh yeah, I remember they were saying something about Harriet Tubman earlier. What I got for Harriet in the newspapers at that time? Oh yeah, here we go. 1869. Harriet Tubman was born about the year 1820 in Dorchester County on the eastern shore of Maryland and not far from the town of Cambridge. Not a drop of white blood flows in her veins. Her parents are both of pure-blooded Africans, and they still live at the advanced age of 98, as near as can be estimated from records. All right? So let's go. So this the whole article. This the newspaper we can see. Richmond, Wayne County, Indiana, March 23rd, 1869. They try to comfort Harriet earlier. I don't know what the. They didn't say anything, man. So yeah, that was the melanated people they see in here. And I still haven't seen any proof otherwise. Because y'all don't show any proof. I don't do anything. Where we at? So yeah, like where's y'all history? Where? Type Sam, why don't you come up here and show what you're talking about? Why don't you do that? long as you can be respectful, I don't care who come up here. Let me show y'all what the black people was talking about. So this is a question I have for a couple people. Never got answered. So this paper's from Vermont Gazette, January 4th, 1808, right? And they're talking about celebrating the abolition of the slave trade. Two black men, John Teesman, Peter Williams, at a numerous and respectful meeting of Africans and their descendants of the city of New York, held the second day of December 1807 at the African School on Cliff Street, for the purpose of taking into consideration the propriety of celebrating the day on which the act passed by the Congress of the United States for the abolition of the slave trade. Why are black people getting together doing it? Right? That day, which terminates the slave trade in this country, ought to be celebrated by us in particular with demonstration of gratitude and thanksgiving. That the tribute of our earnest gratitude is due to those friends of the humanity who have interested themselves in our favor, whose exertions through divine assistance have contributed in no small degree to bring about this happy event, and also to that government which has so cordially and so honorably cooperated with them in this cause and availed itself of the first particular moment for arresting the progress of this great moral and political evil. They're talking about the abolition of the slave trade, bringing people from Africa. These black people still had another problem, but this is one fight they won.
I'm
kept on pushing.
I'm back. My bad.
All right. That's it. I was just showing how I was wondering why these black people were celebrating the end of the slave trade and calling themselves African descendants.
That's a good question.
If they say this should never happen, they'll even go on and say, "Yo, Africa's not even a real place. They didn't even have that name back then." Like this shit y'all say is crazy. Well, not I ain't gonna say you.
Yeah, thank you for correcting.
You're the only one I got in front of me. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, So what you want to go back to Arizona? You want to deal with this? What you want to do?
Yeah, we can go back to that if you want.
Yeah, cause I got shit.
Yo, can you hear that in the background?
Nah, I don't hear nothing in the background.
They just shut up. I think some wolves are trying to get to the pigs over in the pig farm right now.
Oh, word.
Yeah,
you know the wolves for real. I think I just heard something too. Damn. So we was in the last two respects, they resemble the Orientals, particularly those from the farthest Sonarian region. Tight Sam, I do want that word. That's why I told you to come up here. Just be respectful, man. But yeah, what about that, man? Like, why is he saying that they resemble?
What we got to determine is what exactly are the last two respects. So the last two respects,
I feel. Listen, I'm gonna say you determined that already. Okay, you determined that. But I think that you're kind of hooked on. Oh well, they all don't look like. They're all not supposed to look like.
No, I'm saying the last two respects. What I'm saying are the last two respects are different. Actually, yeah, let's pull that word up. Respects.
Respects. You just gonna run me around everywhere, huh?
I ain't gonna give you much more clarity because we're still on probably debate on A little
No,
bit.
because you don't want to go to that last sentence. That's a crazy.
No, I'm including that last sentence because that's your favorite part.
So
In that
can you
part,
see it?
in that part, it says the Orientals resemble these people. But what you showed that you believe are the last two respects show they don't resemble so-called Asians that you're talking about,
Can you just
especially with
give me
the open-eyed, open and wide, attentive eyes. That's nothing to do with Asia.
why?
You're saying
Why?
the Orientals
Oh, so you saying no? You see,
wide
look.
open eyes.
So I can show you. So
Right.
you know, all right. So all right. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. When they say Orientals, do you know what they're saying about Orientals?
Yeah, people from the East.
But like where?
The East. Well, they're actually giving
Not
some.
not just the East.
Giving
You know, there's a bunch of different people over there,
no,
right?
the Cenarian region. Now, the Cenarian region shows you that the Cenarians ain't exactly what we see the Cenarians are as they are today, which would be the Japanese.
Hold on.
Because you got to remember them.
No.
Just like in America, they went through like, why the hell do you think the last name Chin is not Chinese? That's English.
That's fine. Why? That has nothing to do with anything.
No, because when you think of Lee Ho Chin or something Chin, you're gonna think Chinese. You're
So you
gonna.
don't think she has a broad face?
Oh, was that?
You don't think she has a broad face?
Yeah. Where's her short hair that's tied into a tail? Where's her open eyes that are very?
Hold on. See, look. She has open eyes.
No, those eyes is not open, bro.
Yes, they are.
No, she got them open, but they're not open and attentive like you just seen the ghost. Open and attentive is like if somebody was open and attentive and you're talking to them, you're gonna look behind you because you think something's behind you because their eyes is that big and wide open. So then now you gotta ask, shit, what the hell do the European eyes look like, really? No, not Oriental. We're supposed to be going to respects.
All right, I'm gonna go to respects though, but I want to point something out. You see number 3? Can you read number 3?
Relating to a constituent biogeographic region that includes Asia, South and Southeast, the Himalayas, and the Malay Archipelago, west of.
The Himalayas.
So look up what Wallace's 9 means before we go to respects, because I want to see the exact region that they're talking about. Because once they included the
I know you seen a video I did. I showed you that before.
once you get to the Malay, that Malay fucks you up as far as your argument. But go ahead.
The who?
The Malay. Because if you want to use modern people for these regions, then let's go to these modern regions. Which then is going to bring us back to what A1 was talking about as far as they resemble modern Africans. Now, then once you get to that modern African, now.
No, but they don't just say modern Africans. They mention these South Pacific people. The
Yeah,
Orientals,
basically
bro.
fucking race.
They mention these people, the Orientals.
Yeah. No, they literally
west of Wallace Line, bro. They said west of Wallace Line.
No. Hold on, but the thing is, that's the Wallace line.
No, I'm showing you Wallace's line. They say west, so it's so the Himalayas will be up here.
So let's see, Java, Sumatra, Malay Peninsula, mainland South Asia.
My point is, you mentioned Japanese people. They ain't talking about Japanese people.
Nope,
They're talking about these.
Yep.
They're talking about these melanated.
Yes, I was wrong on
Asian people. That's what I'm trying to point to, which look like.
All right, let's go. Look up Luzon people. Look
like this woman.
No, I'm gonna give us a region that neither one of us know. Do you know about the Luzon region?
No. Stop.
Neither do I.
No. Don't. Let's stop jumping around.
No, we got to because you're trying to pin it down to a certain phenotype. You're trying to pin it down to a certain.
I'm not trying to pin it down to a certain.
No, I'm just saying, look what these people look like in that region around the Wallace line.
Yeah. All right.
Because again, my premise is it's not the same as the Aboriginals or nothing like that. But my premise is like AP's sources will tell you, and many other sources will tell you, in America was found every race, every complexion found in the world.
Nah, what you found was a bunch of different people that look like this woman, from light to dark.
Again, like I said, deny that you was trying to deny the nigga, but right now you're denying the nigga.
How am I? What are you talking about, bro?
Because earlier when I sat there and said that, you said, "Nah, I'm not denying black people was in."
Because listen, listen, bro. Did you hear what I said earlier? You heard what I said earlier. Listen, this is the point I'm trying to get to y'all.
All that.
All dark skinned people are not black. All dark skinned people are not Negroes. Just because these white people might describe these people as dark skinned, that don't mean they was Negroes, bro. That don't mean that. These are the people that was there. That's the point I'm trying. Negroes come from Africa, bro. They come from around the Niger River. Yes.
Again, if that's the case, then you can't have Negro dictator down in South America.
Bro, okay. No. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
No.
Yes,
Either they look like them, either they look like Negro.
No, because
Negro just means.
So now watch this. I'm glad you said that because now I'm gonna put that shit right to bed.
That's right. That's why I fuck with you.
I don't even know why I even said this shit.
Hey, hold on, no. Before we get past all that, we gotta go back to what respects mean because we deviating way past that part. So get that, take that, and we're gonna go back. Real quick, just put it on hold, and then we're gonna go back. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, let me just. I got it, because you just said it, man.
All right,
so they wasn't calling them, bro.
Let's go. No, wait. Let's go back to the definition of respects. We're gonna save that for after.
All right, I'm gonna be nice. Fuck it. You don't want to go there, bro.
We can go there.
I'm telling you, respects. Can you see this good?
A relation or reference to a particular thing or situation. An act of giving a particular attention, high or special regard. The equality or state of being. Respects, plural. Expressions of high or special regard. All right, scroll down a little bit. So we get into the verb of respect. Because we got to put them both in there because they both equated for it. And then we can decide what exactly is it a verb or is it a noun. So respecting, to consider worthy of high regard, to refrain from interfering with. So now would you say that they are agile and swift runners which is what I'm saying they're saying are the last two respects. So if you're including all these different attributes of somebody, that would mean that they, in respects, they're like these peoples of the Orientals with agile and swift running. And if you want to include what you say are the last two respects, which are except that they tend to be rather broad in the face, but not all, for we saw very many angular faces. They have big black eyes. That does not sound Asian or Oriental at all. And an attentive and open look, which does not sound Asian or Oriental at all. They are from observation in the last two respects, they resemble Orientals. The last two respects are agile and swift runners. Outside of that, they don't resemble Asians, people of the Orient. To be like or similar, archaic, to represent as like. So it doesn't mean they really look like them. They just reminded me, like you go down to fucking Atlanta from New York and you see some nigga that looks like somebody from fucking Marcy. Doesn't mean that they're the same people. There's always a chance that they are, but at the same time, you go down to fucking Houston, you see a nigga that looks like somebody from around your neighborhood up in New York. Doesn't mean they're related. Doesn't mean they're the same at all. It's like, yo, you remind me of this nigga. Excuse me. I ain't trying to get you messed up because I know you know YouTube done freedom of speech is on. Yeah, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. He strongly resembles his father in appearance and in temperament. So he looked like his father. I can see that daddy can't deny him, but he ain't daddy. Terrier dogs closely resemble each other. Not really. You look at a Boston Terrier, you look at a Jack Russell. They look nothing alike, but apparently they resemble each other. And why does Kobe Bryant have a Filipino that looks like him? A Filipino resembles Kobe Bryant, but Kobe Bryant's supposed to be all African, but his Filipino ain't. Oh, mom, mute or something? Because I can't hear you, bro.
Nah, I was on mute. My bad. I said
Right.
I was on mute. I said, are these Negroes?
Oh, let me say it again. Those are. They look like they might be part um, untouchable, as they're called over in India. Oh no, what's that say? Malaysia. Oh shit. Okay. 400s of
But
migrant
are they Negroes though?
shrinking boats. You will accept Thomas Fortune as a Negro. So I
I'm
can't.
asking you a question, brother. I'll get to that. If you could, I'll answer any question. You should be able to answer mine. Are these Negroes?
America, and depending on where they grew up culturally, yes, they would consider Negro.
Never in a million years of these dudes
Bullshit. If you
considered
accept
Negroes.
Fortune,
Never, never. Hold on.
Never.
Never. Never in a million years.
Yo, if you accept Thomas fucking Fortune as a Negro, then you gotta accept them as Negro.
No, listen. Wanna know why he's a Negro, bro?
If you
It's
accept
not about.
fucking
Hold on,
Fortune
stop, bro.
as a
Stop.
Negro, you gotta accept
All
them
right,
as.
let me know. Let me know when you're done, because then we can talk about Thomas T. Fortune if you
Yeah, you
want
can
to.
pull him up because
All right, hold on.
for
But see,
Pete,
you're running.
you
Look,
him as
we'll
a
get there,
Negro,
bro.
you
Hey,
gotta
look,
accept
check
him
this
as a
out.
Negro.
Check this out, bro. I ain't got shit to do. Me and my lady, we in the crib chilling. I ain't got nothing to do.
I
Check
ain't
it
trying
out.
to get in trouble with your ladies. You know.
Thomas T. Fortune. Thomas T. Fortune. He is
Okay.
a Negro because he is of African descent, even though he is mixed.
Oh, he's a Negro
He's
because
mixed.
in descent.
Yes, that's where
He doesn't have
Negroes
to say
come
that
from, brother.
like he's straight European.
No, he's not straight European.
No, he looks like it.
It don't matter. He's still mixed.
Okay, my family, Hiram Rhodes Rebels, was classified as a Negro, but he has no Negro ancestry.
Brother. So
I told you.
nobody in his family was never labeled. So nobody in his family never labeled as a Negro. That's what you're trying
No,
to say.
nobody said nothing about him not being labeled as a Negro. In fact,
So
this
what are you talking about?
thing he got
You
posted
said he
about
doesn't.
him talking
You
about the
said he
plight
doesn't have Negro ancestry.
of a slave. His family comes from Indian and Welsh, or Irish or Scottish, one of the three. I forget exactly at this point in time, but one of those three. His mama was Scottish, or his mama was Welsh, or his mama was Irish, and his daddy was considered Indian. But yet he was labeled as a Negro. The word colored and the word what you can look it up in the Cassinari versus shit. The fuck is her last name? Susani or some shit like that. In Louisiana, it will tell you that prior to 1865,
You breaking up. Hope you know you're trying a lot of nothing. A lot of nothing, brother. You still there?
here
Yeah, I hear you now.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, so, what was the last thing that you heard from me?
I forgot. I just see my
Okay, so you can look up People versus Hall, 1854 California law. They will tell you that a black person includes anybody non-white, but a black person doesn't always include a Negro. So we talking black, Negro, colored. That includes anybody not white. That's the part y'all don't understand.
What? You said black what? You said means what?
It means non-white.
Black means non-white?
Yes.
No, it doesn't. No, it absolutely does not.
This is Hall, 1854, California.
And it's gonna say what? What?
Let's read it together. I'm not going to tell you what it says. I wanted us to read it together.
Oh, all right. No, we're reading it because you're making it the point to say what? I want to make sure you stick it to your point.
That because the simple fact is, y'all try to sit there and say that colored, Negro, and black and color people of color mean they got to be of African descent.
That's what those words mean, brother.
No, because hold on. Let's get through this People versus Hall. Then I'm gonna hit you with another.
You jumped around. You don't want to see Timothy. You don't want to see Timothy.
No, we can go to Timothy if you want to.
So where you want me to go?
Me, bruh.
Right, so immigration history.
Well, the actual court case, not this shit.
Hold on.
No, let's pull up the actual court case. It should be on. Let me see here. Should be a legal website.
I got it.
There you go, case law. Let's go through the whole case, and we go.
I'm not going to tell you that right now. You should know where you want to point me out to. Let's see right here the head notes. Let's see what this says.
All right, you gotta go through the whole thing because I'm not going to sit there and try like. Because like I said, we can cherry pick all day.
No, but you should know. You should know where it says that. It means you.
I just want us to read the whole thing, put everything in proper.
Let's put everything. You said black means a person who's non-white.
Yes.
All right. Let me see.
Like it's right there, criminal act. No black, mulatto person or Indian shall be allowed to give evidence in favor of or against a white man. Held that the words Indian, Negro, black, and white are generic terms designating race. Therefore, Chinese and all other peoples, not white, are included in the prohibition from being witnesses against whites. But the criminal act says no black, no or mulatto or Indian. So
that's three different people. They're saying all of those people, regardless of what they are, they can't give testimony against white people. What?
Yeah, because they're all.
It don't mean that. It doesn't mean that black. Hold on. That does not mean, bro.
Go ahead. I want you to read it.
That does not mean that black means anybody non-white. That's not what that means. I think I did this with you before too.
Let's just read it. Let's just read the case. I'm gonna shut up.
I'm not reading this whole fucking case. I'm telling you that right now.
You read the whole. No, don't skim through it.
I'm not. No, hold on. I'm not reading.
If you want to, but let's just read the whole joint.
No, you should know where it says it, brother.
Fuck all that.
We are the opinion that the words white, Negro, mulatto, Indian.
Let's put everything in proper
context. Wherever they occur in the Constitution,
proper context.
Generic sense, and that even admitting the Indian of this continent is not of the Mongolian type. No, it says is not of the Mongolian type. That black person in the 14th section must be taken constantly from white and necessarily exclude all races other than Caucasian. It doesn't mean that black person means that. They're telling you these different people, and it's saying just treat them as a black person. That's all that means.
Don't interpret it. Let us actually read this shit.
We are reading it. Read it. It says we are the opinion that the words white, Negro, mulatto, Indian,
black person, wherever they occur in our constitutional law, must be taken in a generic sense, and that
My bad,
he's
bro.
admitting.
Real quick, give me a second.
It don't say what you're trying to say it mean, bro. Black don't mean any other person. They're just saying nobody can do nothing to white people. That's all they're saying. I don't even know why you're showing this shit.
Again, let's read the whole thing.
I'm not, bro. You see how long this shit is? I'm not reading the whole thing.
No, we can take parts in it. You read a part.
No, I got. This is no. This is not what I want to talk about. You
Let's
came up
read
here with some bullshit.
context.
Look. There's a wide difference between two words. The word black may include all Negroes. The term Negro does not include all black persons. What's the point, bro?
The term
I'm not
Negro
reading this whole
includes all black persons, but all black persons is what?
All right. Since this your source, right? You standing on your source? You standing
Well,
on this source, right? Huh?
again,
Huh?
like I'm saying, let's read it all in proper context so we.
No. This is what I'm saying. I always show sources that kill y'all.
No.
What about that part? Y'all always show a source that kills y'all. Negro from the coast of Africa.
Prove my
What
point.
are they talking about, bro?
You just proved my point. What I jumped on. We all cherry pick. Stop.
Ain't no. I don't cherry pick, bro. What are you talking about?
Nigga, my nigga, you just did. Son.
How? That's not cherry picking.
What did you just highlight, bro? You just cherry picked everything. I'm saying put everything in context, and you just.
This is a Negro fresh from the coast of Africa.
You just cherry pick. Ain't no way around.
That's not cherry picking, brother. That's not cherry picking.
No, that's exactly cherry picking.
Mm-mm.
You just showed the exact definition of cherry picking, my nigga.
No, I'm asking you about something in your source.
I'm saying let's go through the entire source.
Okay, do you agree with this statement? That's what I'm asking.
No. Let's go through the entire source. Stop the cherry picking. Let's go through all the way through it.
You was fine when I read the other shit. I'm asking you about this small
No,
little, what's that?
saying the entire
Word.
time I told you to pull it up. Let's go through the entire source. My change.
First of all, I'm telling you right now, I'm not reading this whole shit, brother.
You can read part. I'll read part. Let's do it.
Listen, this is what y'all do to try to diffuse the information. Y'all trying to make it a long way to nowhere, bro.
No, let's go through the entire source, bro. Because like you stand on every source that you use 10 toes deep. So let's go through the entire.
So you saying black can be anybody? That's what you're trying to say. So why can't he be black?
White.
So why can't he be
black? Like that motherfucker right there. You accept him as a Negro. Like you accept him as a Negro. Make that picture bigger. Because you accept him as a
Negro. Yes, he is. Look, Timothy Thompson Fortune was born into slavery.
Flipped away from fucking people.
Born into slavery.
I like that though. I like that slick move. Give me that. Let's go.
What?
Because we was just on one topic, you just smooth right on off to Thomas Fortune.
Bro, you ain't trying to go nowhere with it, and then you brought up this before.
I'm trying to go through the source. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to go through the source.
What is your point, though? Your point
is
look,
both.
Look. Hold on, brother. Look. I'm gonna ask you a simple question about that source. What is the point you're trying to make?
You will see when we go through it.
See, that's what I'm saying. You can't even say what your point is.
No. Let me answer your question. The point I'm trying to make is that because you see the word Negro, colored, black, y'all automatically think they gotta be African. When this, what I'm giving you right the fuck now is telling you that is not the case.
No, look again. The words of the act
was just telling you that you don't want to go through.
It will not be disputed that white and Negro are generic terms. Hold on, white and Negro are generic terms. I agree with that.
No, you're trying to make
two of the great types of mankind. If these, as well as the word Indian. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
All right, go ahead.
These, as well as the word Indian, are not to be regarded as generic terms, including the two races. So now that it's the Negro
the white, and then the Indian. They're saying those are generic terms for these races, which they intended to designate for only specific and applying to those white and Negroes who were inhabitants of this continent at the time of the passage of the act. The most anomalous consequence would ensue. The European white man who comes here would not be shielded from the testimony
of
of
regarded.
the degraded. So they're saying, look, they're saying, look, hold on, bro. So they're saying, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
While the
So
Negro,
they're saying,
fresh from
hold on, brother. Bro, stop. Stop.
Go ahead.
What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Chill
I'm
out for
waiting.
2
Go ahead.
seconds.
I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
Wait. I'm just pointing out this part of this. I didn't even get to that yet. They're saying that the European white man who comes here would not be shielded. So they're saying any white man that comes here after this act is not shielded from this, and it can be testified by these Negro Indians and mulattoes. Demoralized, shielded from the test. So look, they're saying shielded from the testimony of the degraded and demoralized class, while the Negro fresh from the coast of Africa or the Indian of Botswana, South Island, New Holland, would be admitted upon their arrival to testify against any white citizen. So they're saying any of these, when these new people come, they can testify against.
We're gonna give these motherfuckers a little bit more above y'all. But why is that? But yet these Europeans that come in here are casted as white. Think on that. That's for another topic.
I didn't even hear your question. My bad. Say it again.
What I'm thinking that you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that even though the European white man that comes here from Europe will not be shielded from a nigga who is Indian, a so-called African, or somebody from the Southeastern Islands or New Hollander, they can be admitted to testify against the so-called white man.
Yeah, the ones that come after this act. They wasn't born in the country before this act.
Again, this is why I was saying we need to read the whole thing.
Yeah, but you have no point though, bro. What does this have to do with anything, bro? They're telling you Negroes fresh from the coast of Africa.
Because
they didn't say
this
Negroes
case
from
that everybody
Southeast Island. They didn't say Negroes from America. They didn't say none of that.
Because again, in this case, what they're telling you, anybody who is labeled non-white is considered black. Anybody, not all blacks are considered Negroes, but Negroes also are black.
Okay, so there's no black people in history. Cool.
Black.
Whenever they say Negro, it could be anybody. That's what you want to make it into.
Exactly, because Negro means slave. I'm gonna take you back to the 1819. I'm gonna take you to South Carolina, 1819. Okay.
No, that's not even. No, that's no. It's first of all, it's 1840. It's 1840.
No, I'm gonna take you to 1819.
What's the judge's name?
God damn you!
O'Brien.
Oh, motherfucker.
O'Brien. Don't bring up O'Brien because O'Brien, he's citing. It's something. He's citing the 1740 Act. Y'all keep using something.
Hold on, stop for a second. Leander or Leander. You know, made me forget the other part. Is Leander or Leander versus somebody in 1819 South Carolina, where it tells you it was about property, and that they told you that the word Negro has a fixed definition, which means slave. It doesn't have anything to do with color. It doesn't have anything to do with where you came from. If you're a Negro, you're a slave. As the lawyer presented in that case, you may be blue. And if you're in bondage, you are a slave. That makes you a Negro.
Cool. All right.
Which brings us back to down in South America, where Negro de Terra comes from. Blacks of this land or slaves of this land. You can't have Africans of this land when they're talking about Indians. So the word Negro obviously is not solely attributed to so-called Africans from the Negro River or the River Negro, because you also got a River Negro down in South America too.
Oh, it's the Niger River, brother. Niger River.
Nigel, Negro, is all the
No,
same.
it's not. No,
Oh, it's not.
it's
Okay.
not the same river.
So what's the difference between Nigel, the Nigel River, which is more modern, and then
Brother. Oh man.
so why would they
This
name
is
it the Negro? I know you're gonna say Blackwater, but do you know how many slaves actually came from that river?
Yeah, a lot. Because the river's big.
Oh yeah, a lot. Are you aware of a lot of the Brazilian slaves come from not Patagonia, but Paraguay and Uruguay, Argentina? More than over 200,000 just by the year 1500, and Indian and throughout all the Americas until like 1930.
That's cool. Millions came from over this place, brother.
I'm telling you, millions came from South America, Central America, and North America.
All right, but this is what I'm saying, bro. Why are you? What are you trying to go to?
I'm telling y'all, just like I told Rob Bourne, just like I told Seneb, just like I told True Story, just like I told Garfield, just like I told all these other.
Can we read what Timothy Thomas Fortune said?
You want to go to Thomas Fortune? Let's go to him. That's not him though.
No, I didn't say that's him. I said what he wrote.
I'm surprised you don't have the window.
I'm not surprised with because again, we could go to Fortune, and you will find out that he's part of some secret society, which goes back to the main.
Now, yo, why? Don't come on with the
No. Show you with the Afro American newspapers and all that shit. Again, I only tell you this because I've seen it in my own genealogy with my family.
What'd you see? What'd you
North
see?
Carolina, bro. The Black Wall Street, you started that shit, my nigga.
What are you talking about? Your people that went to Liberia because they was African?
No, I got other family. They came from northern. They came from Pennsylvania. No. My family that went to Liberia came from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, because they was African. They was going back home.
No, not at all.
Yeah, okay.
Whatsoever. But
so look.
But I'm telling
you, address to the American people.
Started by was started by John Merrick, who was described as a birth. Oh, my little Indian boy, and also shit, I forget the other name, but he's also no, he was C.C. Spalding's nephew. So I'm telling you, Black Wall Street in North Carolina was started by my family. This is where I learned that these niggas was part of these little secret societies that ran through the church. This is why I can say what I say because I've seen it in my own lineage. That's why I told you when I traced them back, these people are part of another secret society.
A secret society? What do you call a secret society? What they do that was so secret?
We don't know their secrets. All we know is what they're perpetuating to the public. That's a secret society. We know what they say to the public. We don't know what they're saying in private. That is what a secret society is.
So what are you saying that? But what did they do so bad?
I can't fully say exactly what they.
Right. Why are you saying it like they was doing some demonic shit? Like secret society. But we don't even know what they did that was bad.
No, I do know what they did that was bad. They motherfuckers first off, they denied their Indian heritage. That's the first thing. That is the first fucking thing that they did was deny their Indian heritage. Or as some people say, their Aboriginal heritage. They denied it. And they accepted back.
They was African. Just like it says, look, in 1903.
That's why I give you my distant relative, Hiram Revels Rhodes, who was the
representative of 10 million American citizens of African descent. Why in 1903 is black people talking like that?
Again, I'm trying to tell you, but you don't want to hear me.
Why?
Again, I'm trying to tell you, but you don't want to hear me.
Tell me, I'm listening. Why are they talking like that?
Because once again, African descent, it stems from Ethiopian, which goes back to the Bible, and the Bible is what was put upon the people. So the people that came here, or the people that were already here, they got indoctrinated with the Bible. If they weren't so-called white, which white just meant, so-called pure Christian, blah 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 blah. It actually goes back to the fact that, oh, you are the color race, so we're now going to put you under the curse of Ham, which is the bastardization of the Bible. Oh yeah, you can look up. Who the fuck was it? It was during Paul Cuffey when he died. One of his homies. They was talking about the hand to Ethiopia shall stretch out, which now became the hand to Africa will now stretch out.
Ethiopia is in Africa, bro.
Ethiopia is also in India. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, they had an empire over there.
Uh-oh, baby.
They had an empire over there with King Ghana and them, and the Axumum Empire stretched over there.
All right.
But
I'm gonna give you
something.
something.
Me, bro. You can't fuck with me, but listen.
Let me completely off subject, right? The white boy who went viral because he is a descendant of Queen Nzinga. Should he get reparations?
No. No, because you want to know why?
Why is that?
One of the qualifications of getting reparation is that you have to stem from black people in 1870. Hold on, let me finish. And you have to claim black for a certain amount of time. I bet you believe his family was not claiming to be black.
Oh, you're from what time don't you?
What?
You're claiming to be a goddamn squirrel if I wanted to, and I could get away with it.
Hold on. No, are you listening to me? This qualification, brother. You have to actually, your family on record has to be labeled black.
That's the
Are you listening?
The time right now is allowing white people who's going to say,
no, you're wrong. Because you're not listening. That's how I know you're wrong. Did you hear what I said?
What'd you say?
You asked me why can't he get reparations, right? And I'm telling you why, and you don't want to hear it. So are you ready to hear it?
Yeah, I'm a mute.
One of the reasons is there is no history of his family claiming to be black for the past 30 years. You won't find that. People who qualify for reparations in their records, they have to be Negro and black.
For 30 years? 30?
Yes, brother.
30 years. 30.
Bro,
me and you are older than 30.
Hold on. I just put a number out there. Don't listen. Bro, so you didn't hear the 1870 part I said before, right?
Nah, apparently.
You didn't hear that part. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. You didn't hear when I said they have to be on from the 1870 census. You ain't hear that shit.
The 1870 census. So y'all trying to use the 1870 because that was the closest to the so-called, freeing the slaves and all that other shit. Okay.
No, not y'all. This is what the people who are making the
No, I'm not saying y'all. I'm saying like the Nashidians who are following Tariq.
No, he doesn't have nothing to do with that.
No. I'm just speaking in general because a lot of people that follow him, they're going to go after the whole John is
We're not doing no legislation.
Black from 1830 and from 1870 to black. You know how many white people can get away with that, yo?
No, they can't, bro. They can't get away with it. Y'all gotta stop saying that shit.
Nah, my nigga, you would be fucking surprised. That's where
no, bro, there's actually a
qualification. Is the key for a reason.
Bro, there's a qualification.
That qualification can easily be met by somebody who is blonde haired. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. And I promise you.
Nope.
I guarantee you, the minute they pay,
no, I'm telling you, bro,
benefit niggas. I guarantee that bill's not gonna benefit niggas.
All right.
Guarantee you that.
I'm not arguing with y'all about reparations because y'all don't even know the qualifications for reparations.
No, you just told me that the
qualifications. Y'all don't know about what it's supposed to target and everything else. I'm not talking to you about that. I'm not even gonna do it.
No. Because maybe Jesus. But for what
check it out. Look, This is what y'all like to say. Y'all like to say, "Oh, an African can come over here and collect reparations." No, they can't because want to know why? They can't
Last
trace
30
their
years.
family, brother. No, they can't trace their family back to the 1870 census. Oh, this is what y'all don't want to hear though. This shit is crazy.
To the 1876. Interesting.
There's qualifications for this shit, bro. There was no Africans coming in that wasn't being brought here prior to 1870. It wasn't happening.
No,
They
no.
came in the
They
1960s.
can trace back to the 1870 census, right?
Like you don't know what you're talking about, bro. And I'm not gonna argue, like for real. The other shit I'll argue about. This shit I'm not even gonna do it because y'all just be fucking the whole shit up.
No, see, the thing is, I'm not trying to argue against it. I'm arguing for putting in.
No, you're trying to say anybody can get it. They can't.
No, I'm arguing for putting in more stipulations.
You don't even know what the stipulations is, though. That's the problem.
You just told me. I don't really care that much because,
You didn't even know. You don't even know what they are. That's the crazy
again,
part.
nigga, I'm Indian. I don't care about the fucking that shit I hear about.
But so look, if you don't know about this is what I'm saying. You said they need more stipulations. You don't know what the stipulations are for them to need any more. That's the point.
I just said I'm going off of what you just told me.
Yeah, but you didn't even know that, bro. You're not listening. You don't know anything about it.
I'm going off of what you just told me. You enlighten me on what your stipulations are. So I'm saying from what I just heard from what you're saying that the stipulations are, these are the loopholes. I'm not fighting against it. I'm just showing you these are the loopholes. If you don't believe that, like, there's a reason why Joe Biden said, "Oh, well, we can't have a reparations talk without Native Americans." Well, the Native Americans, they're damn near fucking European, almost 100% through. So, what does that mean? Joe Biden is saying, "Well, y'all ain't gonna get reparations unless my white ancestors get that." That's what I hear. So I'm trying to sit there and I'm bringing to you.
Did you really hear that though?
They're going to help you to take your money.
Did you really hear that?
Yes. Think about it. If they're changing the face of the Native American, think about it though. No, seriously, I really want you to think about this. If they're taking the face of the Native American and making it more and more European, and he's saying the only way niggas can get reparations, you got to have these stipulations, but it must include so-called Native Americans.
Oh, I would. Can you go get that quote? I want to see the whole quote where he said that. I never actually heard it.
If it cut me off, I'm
I want to hear. I want to hear it
real quick. Hold on. Let me know if you can still hear me, because I don't know if this. Just keep talking, so I know I'm still on.
Yeah, basically, y'all it's just crazy. I don't know. I don't even know anymore, man.
Let me see here. Advocates calling Joe Biden to act on reparations study by Juneteenth. And they want to study. Fucking study. Hold on.
I mean, that's what HR 40 is. It's not the study if it happened. It's the study how the best way to pay these reparations out. You do know that, right?
No, it's a study to figure out how to pay the reparations out.
Yeah, that's what I said. How to pay it out. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, to how.
But not to if it happened or not. That's
I
not even a question.
what you're talking about. How?
That's not even a question. No, but look, how to pay it.
How?
What's the best way to pay it? Yeah, but it's not about if it happened or not. Do you understand that?
No, I get that. It's not about whether they do reparations or not. Just like we're doing anti-nigga bill, but niggas want to use the word nigga all damn day like I do. So it's no longer about, oh, well, should we pay them? Should we make an anti-hate bill for using the word nigga? No, because niggas love that word. But we got an anti-Asian bill, don't we? Quick, fast, in a fucking hurry. Again, it comes down to how. They use niggas anti-hate bill for Asians, but yet niggas have been getting fucked up in this country for decades, centuries. Yet there's no bill to, make sure niggas is protected anyway.
That's That's really our fault because we don't
Yes.
stick together. Hold on, we don't stick together and practice Pan Africanism like
No,
they practice.
Pan
Hold on, don't come on, bro.
no.
Stop.
Pan
Hold on, stop. Hold on, stop, brother. Stop. You have to stop, bro.
Africanism doesn't need.
No,
It's not needed.
listen, hold on, stop. Yes, it is needed because these
Not.
people practice Pan Asianism. They
No,
practice.
they
Yes,
don't.
they do. That's how they get these
No,
laws because they stick
technically.
together. They stick
No.
together.
Then
Bro,
they,
I don't. You can listen. I don't. I be letting you talk. I don't know why you cut me off when I start talking. It's
my
crazy.
bad, right? Yeah.
Like I said, these people practice Pan Asianism. If we practice Pan Africanism, like it says in the definition, on a legal side,
Oh, you mean
then sky's the limit, like we did before.
Pan
I
Africanism?
don't want to do that now.
The root of Pan Africanism is belief. You can't get around that. Routledge Dictionary tells you.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. You better go Rob Bourne. He put that shit out there. Routledge Dictionary. You Pan Africanism based on a relief.
I'm trying to say, listen, the definition
Pan
I follow,
by
definition that I follow,
which one I know, Rob Bourne, he is going to tell you when you look it up and you find him. He will tell you that Routledge Dictionary tells you that Pan Africanism is based on belief.
The belief of what? That we all should work together? That's the belief?
All have a common ancestry. That's belief.
All right. Check it out.
The Hebrew Israelites, they all believe.
Cool. Come on, bro. You gotta just all right, land your plane, bro. Belief. It's belief, right?
All right, mute me real quick because I'm still looking for that Biden quote.
Shit crazy, but so I want to say belief, but it ain't no belief. These black people knew who they were, who they descend from, just like they knew in 1885 African American and railway days program for the 2-day world, the world in brief. General notes: African American Day, Color Auxiliary Society are actively engaged in preparing for the celebration of African American Day and Emancipation Day. Why are black people celebrating these things if this shit never happened? 1885. Like, what did the black people say? That's what I want to know. They don't want to talk about what we said. They want to go to everything else. They want to take a long road nowhere. But these are the sources they run from. They say, oh, the newspapers, and so what? This is the news. This is when shit happens. Let's see. You see it. New Orleans, Sunday, November 29th, 1885. 1885. African American Day. The following distinguished colored men have been invited to deliver orations on the occasion. The Honorable Frederick Douglass. So he was involved in African American Day. So we got John Langston, Reverend H.M. Turner of Georgia, ex-senator B.K. Bruce of Mississippi, Honorable John R. Lynch of Mississippi, Thomas T. Fortune, editor of the New York Globe, Alexander Crummell.
Cool.
The Pan-African God himself.
All right. So I found the quote I was talking about.
Oh, you found the quote? Can you just, you can go to the quote right after this. Can you just why are black people celebrating this kind of stuff in the 1800s? If you know that shit ain't true.
What does the Emancipation Proclamation actually say? Does this does it hold on, listen.
Why is it African American Day, brother? They're celebrating African American Day.
Again, they're celebrating the Emancipation Proclamation, right?
No, there's two different. These are two different events, brother.
Yeah, let's go.
It's African American and Emancipation Day. These are two different separate days. Two different separate holidays.
But yet we're taught to believe emancipation was only for one people. Okay.
Okay, cool. Why are they calling themselves African American in 1885?
Same reason why an Indian would call himself a poor black Indian.
Well, y'all say the African American came in 1880s. I mean 1980s.
I didn't say that.
Oh, so Jesse Jackson didn't make that up for the record.
No, he coined the term. In other words, made it popular.
Yeah, okay. But black people been using that term and calling themselves that for the longest, right?
So who coined the term black?
No, I'm talking about African American.
No. We gotta go through this because black became African American. So who coined the term black?
No. We're talking about African American.
So you don't want to go down these routes.
No, you don't, because it didn't. Because at the same time, I'm about to show you something. In the 1700s, I can show you African American and call them these people. It didn't. One didn't come from the other, bro. One did not come from the other. These are two separate things. They're synonyms. They mean the same thing.
All right, so you remember that sermon that was written by the African American, right? And so I'm sure that you understand that to this day, nobody has been able to determine or if he was actually African descent. Nobody's been able to determine that.
Cool.
So we're gonna have a white boy.
Well, and in it, he says my brethren, my dark skinned brothers of Africa, some shit like that.
Yeah.
But look.
Indian.
But look, hold on. That's not the point, though. Look. You tried to say one word became the other. That's what you tried to say. Let's not run from that. That was your claim.
Press me real quick so I'll make sure I understand we're on the same page.
You said black became, or African American became black. Why is that shit not working?
Is that not true?
No, absolutely not true.
Okay. So black never became African American?
No, those words was used at the same time.
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they was used at the same time. Which word supplanted the other word?
No, they was used at the same time the whole time. They're still used right now, black and African American. They're synonyms. Like, what are you talking about? In the 1700s, they was used at the same time. In the 1800s, used at the same time. 1900s, and still now.
So that's like me saying
it never changed. It never changed.
Man is a tomato plant until I come up with another word.
No, that's not what that is. These are two words that always meant the same thing about these same.
So they use black and African at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, so cool. That means we can go to the Dred Scott case, where he says an African or a black of African descent. What she's telling you, obviously, in that case, there are blacks that are not of African descent, and there are.
I told you some earlier. I remember the other people I told you, they're dark skinned, but they're not black.
Again, we're going back to
why are you playing these word games, brother?
No, because you want to ignore the word games.
Oh no, I am going to ignore the word games. Exactly. You want to play word games.
You can't. Who the fuck we're dealing with? No, what you want to hear, but you're not understanding who we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who came around the whole fucking world and conquered, who decided to sit there and say, this is why Australians are calling themselves black fellows. Before that, they hated the word Aborigine. They hate the fucking word black. But also,
that has nothing to do with the history you're trying to deny. Don't do that. You're trying to deny this African history at the same time. But then you're trying to get me to
African come from biblical background, and this biblical background makes them go from Ethiopia to African to black.
Yeah, but those are all synonyms. Those are all mean the same thing, brother. They all mean the same thing.
No, they don't. They can't.
Yes, they do. Why can't they? They all mean the same. They're all describing the same thing.
1854 case of People versus Hall all black people are not Negroes, and all Negroes may be considered black, but they're not.
Cool. That's
And,
cool, but so what? It
and all
still means that though.
a court case
It
where
still means that though.
concierge or some shit like that, where I wish I knew that verbatim. But it also tells you that after 1865, when the word black and colored person became solely synonymous with Negro.
You're doing bad, bro.
So, my nigga, please. You're just trying
to. Because you're just rambling on, and what you're trying to do is
trying to break this shit down for you.
You're not breaking anything down, bro.
Yes, I am.
No, look, no, you're not. You're not.
Where they sit there and tell you what you're saying is not true.
I'm just listening.
They told you in their court, what you're saying is not true. They're telling you that anybody who is not white is considered black.
That's not what that is.
Black people are considered Negro, but yeah, not all Negro black.
Bro, listen, come on, hold on, chill out, bro. I don't care about. Listen, all right. You wanna say? Listen to me. You listen. Everybody, all they're saying, everybody who's dark skinned is not black. Are they saying that or no?
Say that again.
Everybody who's dark skinned isn't black or isn't a Negro.
Yeah, everybody who's dark skinned.
Hold on, bro. I let you rant and go, bro. Relax. Hold on, stop.
Oh, they're black.
Everybody.
You're trying to scratch that part.
No, I'm not. They're black. Cool.
I hear where
bro, stop. What the fuck is wrong with you, my nigga? Like, for real, bro.
Nigga,
so
go ahead.
Everybody. Well, I don't know why you just doing that. Everybody who's dark skinned or black is not a Negro, right? Right?
Yeah.
I agree. I don't know. This is what I'm trying to say. Why you keep going? And I've been saying I agree with that. I actually showed you people who are dark skinned and are not Negroes. I said this earlier. And I'm trying to get you to stop to say I agree with that. So what's your point?
I've been agreed with that. That's why I brought up that court case.
So why do you keep no. I showed you people.
Just answer the question. Let me.
You missed one.
You just asked me. No, what I'm saying is that everybody who is considered so-called colored, which is now today African American, doesn't have the same exact background, and that everybody is not so-called African descent. That is the point and premise that I'm trying to get past to you. That's why I brought up the court case to you about the dictionary and the fucking whole people versus all, because not all Negroes. And then I brought you back to 1819, where it's telling you that a Negro means slave. It has a fixed meaning slave. Negro has a fixed meaning slave, which now will make you understand why in South America they were called Negro. They were calling Indians Negro de Terra because now they were slaves of this land. And you go to Brown University.
Right, look, bro. We can go. The word is born. Check it out.
Let me finish.
No. Because you want to say a million things. We're gonna go through everything you just said. I'm gonna show you why you're wrong on everything you just said. So pick. We're gonna go right with you. Come on, watch this. Let's go.
All right, bet. Let me finish.
You want to say a million things. Let's go. Watch this. So let's go with the Negro de Terra. I tried to show you that earlier. Let's do that real quick. Let's not even go there. Let me show you exactly why you're wrong. This is crazy.
My bowl at. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I fucks with you because even though we can turn up on each other, we still try to, keep it respectful.
Yeah. Sometimes I gotta tell you to slow down, though, bro. You don't want to stop. Damn, my nigga.
Because, my nigga, I got a lot in my head. I'm trying to get off all in real quick, but cut off.
That's the pseudo mumbo jumbo.
No,
If you got it, you should be able to get right to it. And go one. I'm gonna go one thing at a time to make sure you understand.
yeah.
Right.
I
So,
court case, and I
look,
brought back the 1500s.
yeah, but the court case didn't say that, and what you're
You did.
doing,
You didn't
you're
want to
not
read
doing it, bro.
the court case in its
Bro,
entirety.
look,
Like that.
I'm not reading that whole. I'm not reading that whole court case. But I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. So you're trying to.
Case. That's what I got. Because if I'm sitting there saying, let's put my source on the table, let everybody look at it, let's read it verbatim. We can take turns reading this motherfucker, but you don't want to do that.
I don't want to read because you had no point, bro.
Yes,
It
I.
doesn't. It doesn't, bro. Because listen, no. My point is that. So this is what I'm here for. I'm about to tell you what I'm here for. If it don't got to do with this, I don't want to even deal with it because
Got to do with what?
I'm here for. I'm about to tell you. If we ain't talking with the Black history, y'all try to say, "Oh, us Black people are not of African descent," and y'all say that we don't have a history of it. We talk about it. That's why I show Black people talking about it. I show the history. That's it. All that other shit, I don't care. You're showing a court case where they say that anybody who's not white is Black. I don't give a fuck. What did the Black people say? That's what I keep trying to get to y'all. Where are y'all people that say what y'all say? Where are the Black people?
That you're talking about, they're all connected to a secret society, which was taught to them by
And
the.
then look, I asked you. I said, okay, they're in a secret society. What they do bad? You don't know.
No, I
You
guess.
don't know. This is what you said. I don't know. But you talking about a
No,
secret
I was trying to
society?
move
No,
on real quick.
we always was in societies, bro. We always was in societies because we always knew we had to work together to do shit, bro. Yeah, you're bugging out. Y'all keep saying this blanket. They was secret society. They boule. They this, they that. Well, what the hell did they do?
Yes, man.
Nothing. Nobody knows nothing.
Telling you, like, if Black people was really trying to be for Black people, right? And these so-called boule niggas, like, I can sit here and I can show you in my family, like I just demonstrated to you,
Bro, these niggas
people.
know where they
Oh,
from.
no, listen.
Like, look at this Black man,
I'm giving
Paul
you
Cuffey.
people who are
What
all
Paul Cuffey did.
traced back to some kind of society, and they're telling
Have you
you,
ever heard?
but yeah, they're
No,
not.
bro. I'm not backing that boogeyman shit, bro. These people,
No.
the
But
people
again,
that you're no. Look, the people that you're bad mouthing are the people who gave you the rights that you have today, bro. These people fought and died every step of the way. All of these people, bro, that you're trying to down talk. All of them, bro. They play a major part in your role in society today. And y'all niggas try to take everything from them because they tell you who you are. You are of African descent. Like Paul Cuffey says in this house in the Paul Cuffey bill.
probably didn't say that.
Like, what? The bill is predicted
He
is
didn't say.
predicated on the what? He didn't say what.
Pull it up.
Pull what? What? Are you looking at the screen?
Pull up
What
what
are you
your
talking about?
Cuffy himself said.
Okay, you want to see something Paul Cuffey said? I
Paul
got you.
Cuffey's bill. There's not Paul
I
Cuffey
got you.
shit about it.
Oh, I got you. Well,
Cuffey
you
didn't got
bugging
shit
the
to
fuck
do with it.
out, bro. Yo, stop that in there.
Paul Cuffey didn't say that, did he?
Oh,
Yes
he
or no?
didn't say what?
Yes or
Watch
no?
this.
But you got
Yes, he
highlighted
did.
right now. Did Paul Cuffey say that? Yes or no?
Yes.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, what? That he didn't say what? You have African descent?
Presented by the
Hold
House.
on. Yes, this is it. This is, what are you talking about? This?
I'm just saying what you just pulled up.
No, this is his bill, bro. What are you talking about?
House of Representatives. Paul Cuffey didn't say that.
He didn't say what?
He didn't say what the House of Representatives is saying. This is the House of Representatives saying this, not Paul Cuffey.
Watch this. The House of Reps resolved itself into the committee of the whole, Mr. Brecken of Virginia, in the chair on the bill from the Senate for authorizing the President of the United States to permit departure of Paul Cuffey with cargo to Sierra Leone, together with the report of the Committee of Commerce and Manufacturers against the same. The bill is predicated on the petition of Paul Cuffey, an African by descent.
Mm-hmm.
What's the problem? This is 1814.
All right, so look, Paul
1814.
Cuffey
What's the problem?
John Cuffey.
Hold on, what's the problem?
Taxation.
Hold on, let me show you what like this black man said. Like I keep trying to tell you what I want to show y'all what the black people said. But y'all niggas doing all this other shit. I don't know what the fuck y'all niggas.
This shit is
Is this the
crazy.
Boston plane?
Huh?
Is this the Boston plane? No, it ain't.
No. This is the tax a tax petition. Paul and his brother John put it.
This ain't.
Let me see. I can't highlight this shit.
Which brings me right back to cherry picking, because I can find something the opposite of what you're saying.
No, it's not. I'm about to show you. It says,
I'm
you see
saying
where my arrow is?
something
The
that's
petition.
opposite of what
Look,
you're
watch this. I'm saying that the black people always said we African descent. Now listen. The petition of several poor Negroes and mulattoes who
saying.
are inhabitants of the town of Dartmouth humbly it saith that we being chiefly of the African extract,
That sounds like the.
and by reason of long bondage and hard slavery, we have
But
been
nigga,
deprived of enjoying the profits of our labors and the advantages of.
by niggas who not
I
enslaved.
read enough right there. Hold on, stop. No. You can't do this, bro. You said what did John Cuffy? You said what did Paul Cuffy say? I'm showing you what he said.
No, this isn't him. Again,
What? Whoa. What do you mean it's not him?
he wrote this.
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Keep reading.
You've never seen this before. You've never seen this, and you're gonna say, "Oh, no, you didn't." How could you even say anything about it?
I'm gonna find it for you.
This the first time you ever seen this.
Just keep going, so that way I know you're on here, so I can find it for you.
No, bro, you cannot refute this. These are
Hold on.
primary sources.
Keep reading, so I can find it for you. For that, I know I'm not getting cut off of the stream yard. That's why I'm telling you, keep reading.
No, you have nothing to find, bro. Like,
No.
let's be honest. You have no history of black people saying anything
I got
other
it.
than being of African descent, bro.
Nigga, hold on.
You
Excuse
wildin'.
You my naga. You ain't my nigga. You my naga.
Yo, you bugging, bro.
Now hold on. Let me get to it, and I'm gonna find it for you. No. No, that's on my other fucking phone. Man. Damn it. No, I know I got something.
Last page, man. So, here we go. Like, bro, you can't get past this. Like, I'm sorry, but you know when I come with the work. That's just it. Boom. We see his brother's signature right here at the bottom, John Cuffy. And then we go to the next page, we're gonna see his signature. Paul Cuffy. Right? 1780s. At the end of the day, I'm undefeated, bro, when it comes to this, man. This is why when I get on their panels, they jump me. They be 8-on-1. Won't let me talk. They don't never want me to show nothing. It's crazy. But yeah, we always been African. This Aboriginal shit is real new. Real new. Right.
Yo, can you hear me?
That's why they have no history. Yeah, I hear you.
All right. No. For real though, there's another one of the reasons why I fuck with you. Because you ain't like, it's very few niggas that will actually pop on, that will show up where they don't have that echo chamber. That's one of the reasons I fuck with you, because you'll pull up. Most niggas they stay echo chambers to keep them safe.
Nah, this was supposed to keep me sharp, and that's why they got me blocked in all their chats.
Oh, for real?
What?
Club.
The only ones that really don't got me blocked is Ab Power and Ab TV. Everybody else scared to death of me.
Yeah, I ain't peeped that TV or honestly, I don't.
So look, this is in 1788, brother. 1788.
Between me and you, and like, I ain't trying to shit on AP or nothing. It's just.
Nah, them brothers always they be on when it comes to the information, they be on funny shit. But I got respect for them brothers. They let me come up there and talk my shit. They could be like the other people and just kick me out of there, but they don't. But can you hear me? You still there? I don't know. He really be back. But this from 1788, man. Right? There's a newspaper from England, Durbury Mercury, and they're actually telling this history of the African slave trade. In the 1780s, they telling this history. This ain't, this is way before Roots. This is y'all favorite shit. Oh, y'all wouldn't know nothing about. Wasn't for Roots. Like, fuck out of here. Like I said, there's a long history of this, man. Long, long history. But I just can't never get past this one. Y'all can't sit there and try to claim Paul Cuffey as he's just Indian when he was going around telling people he was definitely of African descent. You see that?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
I'm just making sure. All right, yeah, don't put me in y'all. That's all.
Well, God, I got like, let me see.
You was on that part.
I'm doing my thing tonight. I got like 2 people in the chat for, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm talking shit to y'all out there.
All right, bet.
Yeah, Word, but yo, did you see this? So like a lot of, and I show this because a lot of people they'll say, "Oh, this history was recently made up." Like people like Tight saying the North American Negro. He keeps saying the same thing about 1520, but in the Yamasi, but whatever. But you see this from 1788, and they're talking about this slave trade, this African slave trade back then.
Is necessary towards fully understanding the subject as well as in interesting future adventures. The future adventures. Okay. To insert a brief account of the trade in general, and particularly of those Royal African companies. Okay. Which broke one after the other, and the management of their affairs was in 1750 co-signed over the present company. What is the present company? Or rather, their committee. What is the committee of what present company?
They're talking about the Royal African companies.
No.
That's what they're talking about.
No, the
Look,
Royal
brother, read it together. And the management of their affairs was in 1750, co-signed over the present companies, or rather their committee. They're talking about this stuff. Bro, you could try to pick apart this all you want. They shouldn't be talking about this in 1788. They shouldn't be talking about nothing with Africa, the Negroes, and shit from 1788.
Let me read.
All right, go ahead, but don't try to pick at words. What's this?
I'm reading fresh.
I don't know all the business they had in 1788, brother. Or
No, this is why I like that, which broke after one after the other. So, which broke one after the other, which that means is they diversified their bonds.
Yo, you can make a joke all you want. Why is this history there when y'all say this history was implanted way later?
If I can control the goddamn media, the press, and all that, I will tell you whatever the fuck I want to tell you. That's the problem we have. We're too busy.
Brother, they have no reason to do this, my G.
Yes, they do.
No reason.
Yes, they
No
do.
reason. No, why? Why in 1788? Set it up for now?
Hold on, listen. Willie Lynch, right? Regardless if that story is real.
Not a real person.
Listen. Regardless if the story is real or if the story is fake, Willie Lynch tells you and shows you the plan that they have, just like the Zionist protocols of Zion.
Yeah.
Their plan tells you and shows you, but yet they're calling this shit fake. It's not real. This didn't happen. But when you look at it from a historical context, you see, oh shit, these motherfuckers are for real. So you gotta look at everything. You can't take everything you hear as, oh, well, this is that way and this is that way. No, you gotta find that middle ground. Because again, like I was saying when I first came on, is once you look at through all the history, we're all cherry picking. No matter the way you look at it, we're all cherry picking. I don't care.
This ain't cherry picking, brother.
So we're taking what we see that fits our narrative. But when you put it together and you look at both sides of the story, you have to think. Like, well, okay. This side said that, so let me look at that middle ground. Oh. So now I see the game that both sides are playing. So if you want to play Republican, you want to play Democrat, you got to see that the Republican is the right wing of the bird, the Democrat is the left wing of the bird. The same bird, and this same bird is flying you straight to shit, flying you ass straight to hell.
Amen.
So you can't in Democrat shit.
This is what I'm talking about, brother. This is what I'm saying. We gotta see what the black people said. You know what I'm saying? What the records say.
Comes back to the two wings of the same bird.
Can you see that highlighted? Can you see where it's highlighted at?
Here, hold on. I see Harriet. I see.
What color is Harriet? Let's go do Harriet first.
It says black, but once again, what year is this census?
It's 1880.
1880. So then that means after 1865 that the word black became synonymous with African when it really didn't.
Okay, look, check it out. Can you just go down the line and read her stuff? Where it has words at?
All right, so Harriet was the wife of hold on, let me see here. I can't really fully read out his name.
Check it out. Can you tell me where Harriet's parents were born? Her mother.
You got one of these. Yeah, bet. I got you. That was slick. I can show you somebody that I found who's in Louisiana where it says that.
Can you tell me where? It says?
I can show you the same shit that
Hold on, can you tell me what it says though, brother?
It says
for the audience. For the audience, it says what?
It says Africa herself. Hold on, wait. Her daughter or her sister, somebody born in 1950, the middle one, go up one. Yep, right there. It says they were born in Louisiana, in African, not Africa. So there's a difference.
Ain't no damn difference.
Yes, there is. Oh,
Africa. AFRIC. Ain't no N back here, brother. No N. Why are you doing that? There is no N.
All right, my bad. That's on me. That's on me.
That's that stretch. That's that pseudo stretch, bro.
It says Africa, not African. Okay, cool.
That's that pseudo stretch. like
but again, what part of Africa?
It don't matter.
Oh, why doesn't it? Because y'all try to say we always West Africa.
No, because we're Africans in the diaspora.
Nah, I'm a nigga.
Africans in the diaspora, bro.
No.
Because it don't matter.
This is where we gotta go down the rabbit trail of what these
No.
mean and where they come
Hold
from.
on.
I can show
Chill
you
out. Chill
time.
out. First, you need to understand.
Hold on,
All
wait,
right.
wait,
We
wait.
can go down that. No. Hold on. We can
Go
go down
ahead.
that rabbit hole. When we can understand that we got Harriet over here, right? Oh, who is it?
Harry was fucking English or some shit. She was
Then
European.
we have another person with African parents. They was born in Maryland,
I can show
right?
you. I can show you somebody from.
They're black. Hold on. Look, do you understand how these black people have African parents and they became Negroes and colored and black
All
because
right.
they
So
have
what about
African
the
parents?
Hindu? What about the Hindu?
Are you seeing that though? No. I don't want to talk about Hindu people. I'm talking about black
Yeah,
American people.
I can see it. But again,
Yeah.
they show you people who weren't African at all in the least bit, any which way, shape, or form, who got labeled black, Negro, or colored.
All right. I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about the people who are of African descent.
But
Right?
again, we don't know exactly how many and who exactly was
We
African.
do know how many. So it was
We
4.5.
we
Yes, we do because I'm gonna tell you how we know.
can't know because the
Why
word
can't we?
colored and even fucking black, they don't mean African descent. They mean non-white people.
No. But look, see, this is what I'm saying.
Definition non-white
So
people.
look, chill out. I'm going by what we said for ourselves, bro. We said we watch this. No, check this out. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna
Hold
show you. Fuck
on.
all that shit. This is a black person. He's saying we the representative of 10 million American citizens of African descent. This is in 1903. Hold on. This is 1903, okay? Thomas T. Fortune. This is what he said. So Malcolm X before he died, he said it was 22 million of us. Did you know that? Hmm? Yeah, he always run off. Tyson, you see those
No, actually, the game should be over. The game's definitely over. I guarantee you that. So you better off watching what you're watching right now. But shit, I'm on mute. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta ask you, who your team is? Football.
Giants.
Oh, I'm really gonna hate you for the next 2, 3 weeks, nigga.
Why were your team?
I'm a Redskin fan, my nigga.
So look, so I showed you. Oh yeah, nah, we definitely got beef. So look, I showed you
I'm a
Timothy Thomas
right.
Fortune.
I ain't
Hold
got that
on.
hate against the Giants as I do the Eagles and Cowboys. Because
Don't run from this, bro. Don't run from this.
fuck the Eagles all day, every day.
Don't run from this, bro.
Now I ain't running.
So
This is
this is
sidetrack.
Malcolm X. This is Malcolm X Ballad of the Bullet speech. You heard of that speech before?
Oh, say that again.
This is Malcolm X, the Ballad or the Bullet speech. Have you heard of this speech before?
Not by name, but go ahead. I might have heard some parts from it.
Yeah. So in this speech, well, this is from 1964, but I highlighted a part right here. So in 1964, this is what he says. He says, right now in this country, if you and I, 22 million African Americans, that's what we are, Africans who are in America. So I should have zoomed in on that. I could zoom in on it. But so all our civil rights leaders, they said the same thing. We're black, we're African. We have this history. I have the history in my family of people saying this shit. There's always been this oral history of that, bro. And you're trying to like go around it. It's just that's my point. We always said it and we counted. So yeah. You good with that, I guess?
Now I'm trying to ask you, why, like, as far as pertaining to that, why would an Indian call himself a poor black Indian when he's full blood Indian?
Who?
Joseph Johnson.
Well, I don't. You got to tell me more about him. Why? What's wrong with himself calling him a black Indian?
Why would he do that when he's a full blooded Indian? Why would he call himself
How do
black?
you? Well, wait.
It's
So he must not be full blooded if he's calling himself that.
No, he obviously is. You look him up, Joseph Johnson. Look, Google him right now while we talking. His diary, which includes letters to Eleazar Wheelock, who is the founder of the Moorish Indian Charity School, which is now what we call Dartmouth University.
You talking about? He's a publisher. 1738,
No,
1809.
dude, he was a student of Eleazar Wheelock, who is the progenitor of Dartmouth University, which was Moore's Indian Charity School, which Prince Saunders also went to. So, why would this man, who, when you read his diary, will show you that he was being abused by Wheelock?
Hold on. You talking about him?
Hold on, let me see. I don't know.
I hope you're not talking about him.
No,
You better not be talking about him. That's Joseph Johnson.
No, that's not Joseph Johnson. Joseph Johnson was he would have been considered a Brothertown Indian, I believe. It's he's either Mohegan. He was I want to say he's Mohegan and Okeechobee, or I know he basically you. Hold on,
You're not giving me nothing, but he's Indian. Joseph
Johnson.
Dartmouth College,
He was from Farmington.
Mohegan Moore Indian Charity School. Well, studied. He became one of the most.
Charity School became one of the most important organizers of the Brothertown movement, which ended up going to the Oneida Nation. And a composite of Christian members of Southern England, New Algonquin settlements. He was a prolific and revealed, well preserved. Johnson's writing is especially noteworthy for his skillful use of biblical allusion. Wow. Biblical allusion and his awareness of the
Oh, this is a Bible guy. You should. You always talking about shit about the Bible people. So what about this Bible person that he's so reliable?
The Bible was used and twisted to fit a certain narrative, a very certain narrative.
But I need a. So there's a picture of this guy, or painting. You were saying, like, how we know he's black, and where does he call himself
His diary. Look about Joseph. Let me see what.
Hold on, look.
One.
It says documents written.
No, look up Joseph Johnson, Brothertown Indian Diary.
Oh, you got a lot of writings, brother.
I hope it does. Anyway, it should.
Nah, this.
He referred to himself to while he's writing back to Eleazar Wheelock as your poor black Indian.
What'd you say? He was writing to who? What? How you spell it? Whitlock? Whitlock? Hey, I got a bunch of them. Which one though? Look. Eliezer Whitlock letter to Nathaniel Whitaker.
No. Joseph Johnson. Actually, no. Look up Joseph Johnson's diary.
Joseph Johnson's letter to Eleanor Whitaker.
There you go. There's a whole lot of shit. I can't tell you what page it was on. Or which page. It was in his diary. Oh, damn it, my phone up.
Nah, this is just one page. It's just one letter right here.
Hold on. Let me get my other earphones real quick.
Instagram and Tyler Jones Live, and we'll see you next time. Here.
What's his name? Joseph what?
Joseph Johnson.
Man, is this the one oh. He says to God may grant you an ample reward in the upper world for all the labors of love towards the poor Indians.
Oh, what'd you say?
I'm trying. I found a couple letters, but you got me going on a wild goose chase. See, when I got the source, I don't make you do that, bro.
Joseph Johnson, Black Indian. See what pops up. It's been a while since I've seen it, so.
Let me try this shit. Try this document. Yeah, but bro, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to be fair, but damn. Let me see.
Yo.
I don't know, bro. I think you trying to waste my time on purpose. It's crazy.
Nah, I don't do that.
He's trying to listen because I don't know what you got me looking for. I'm showing you how black people is saying this. You sending me to some bunch of Indians that ain't talking saying they black. I ain't see that.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find it for you real quick.
Word. And there's nothing but a history of black people saying they from Africa. Like, now I'm gonna show you some crazy shit right now. Hold on. I'm gonna show you some shit, and I'm gonna show you how nice I am. And what the fuck I be doing? Oh, let me find it. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is gonna be amazing. So niggas like to see like oral history and stuff, especially when it comes to their family.
Alright, all right, let's go here. Shit. All right, so I guess would be ineligible remain your ignorant pupil and good for nothing black Indian. So all right, I'm gonna send this over to you.
Send it.
Is that chat?
Kick this over. Let me get to this. What's next? What's next? Do something quick, so
Oh my goodness. Are you surprised to see that? I never thought that like I would be able to trace it. Actually know it. What a family is going to live.
We did flip for sure. You guys went all the way back to Africa. I was like, oh my goodness, it's really real. They actually did it. And I could not believe it.
Our journey began with the 1900 census for Liberty, Mississippi, where we found Sterling's great-great-grandparents, Frank and Sally Banks. This is a line of Sterling's ancestry that he thought he knew well. According to family lore, Frank and Sally were exceptionally accomplished, and the census bore this out. Can you tell me what the transcription says about their home? Owned. They owned it. That's right. Your great-great-grandparents, Frank and Sally, owned their own farm. And that was no small feat. No.
It was an absolute joy to know that my great-grandparents owned land in Mississippi only 35 years out of slavery. I feel like if they could endure the system of slavery and Jim Crow, then I can endure what I have to go through. And we still have things that we have to endure today.
Now, Sterling, would you please read where Jesse's parents were born?
Birthplace of father, Africa. Birthplace of mother, Africa. Wow. Like you found them, man. And you'll understand this, being black in this country. You get so used to not knowing for so long.
Mm-hmm.
To see Sterling learn this information for the first time was heartwarming for me. When I saw his tears, I knew those were real tears. You have to remember Sterling is a very good actor. But I know the real tears.
It's a joy to know that like it's real. Mm-hmm. Like I'm real.
Mm-hmm.
I almost burst because I'm like, he actually is enjoying knowing about our family. And that just made me so happy. It's just a wonderful sense of completeness. I really know where I'm from. It's made me feel this connection to my ancestors. I can see my history through the lens of real people. And that makes all the difference in the world.
So remember when I showed them Africans in 1880s, and now you see the descendants of them people today. Today, this is you know, this is crazy. You back, bro? What time is it? Oh, it's 12 o'clock. I gotta get the fuck up out of here. I'm gonna show this last thing. I'm out of here. So this is some oral history, right? Some Black history that people try to, I don't know, the Arabs are trying to get away from. But anyway, this is from the Brooklyn Daily Eagle, May 14th, 1934. Right? So here we go. On Long Island, that's in New York, some of the oldest families in Brooklyn and on Long Island are Negroes. We are told by state officials who have spent years studying the matter. Remember, this is 1934. It seems back in the 18th century, that's the 1700s, moneyed folks of Long Island made their living sending ships to sea, ostensibly for the purpose of whaling. Actually, the vessels went over to Africa and picked up cargoes of Negroes. Their ships packed with dazed Africans, the Long Islanders started for Charleston, where they never had any trouble selling them to plantation owners. Right? He says there was an unwritten law that if any Negroes on the trip over gave birth to children, the young ones could not be sold, but were taken back to Long Island. There were in time quite a few of these free babies who grew up working about the homes of the ship captains. By and by, they drifted into various lines of employment. Few of them left Long Island. So now, hold on. We got Africans being brought over here free. And when they get of age, they start basically going about the country. Are you what? What? This is crazy. My bad, kid. My bad, bro. I thought I added you. My bad. Did you heard what I was reading so far?
Nah.
Nah. What you was doing the whole time?
Man, I was making food.
All right, but I'm gonna continue where I'm at. But anyway, this is an article where they're talking about. They say black Africans were being brought to America, right? Leaving these ships was leaving from New York, Long Island, going to Africa and bringing people back. But there was an unwritten law that said that if any Negroes was born, if they gave birth to children on the ship, they would take those children, and those children would be free, and they would just work for the families and go. But so I started. There was an unwritten law that if any Negroes on the trip over gave mute your mic real quick, bro.
Got you.
On the trip said on the trip over gave birth to children, the young ones could not be sold, but were taken back to Long Island. They were in time quite a few of these free babies who grew up working about the homes of the ship captain. Remember, this is a news article in 1934. By and by, they drifted into various lines of employment. Few of them left Long Island. The two largest of these oldest Negro family on Long Island adopted the name Smith and Bunn. Yesterday we went out to East Setauket. East Setauket. This is a town. It's actually a Indian name, but it's a town in Long Island, East Setauket, to see a colored friend of ours by the name of William Bunn, which is actually my cousin. This is a distant cousin of mine. He works in the garage, and all his close relatives are gainfully employed in Suffolk County. He himself studied for a while at Brown University, Mr. Brown said. I think this story is true. I don't know that my grandfather, he said, I do know that my grandfather used to talk a lot about it. So his grandfather was talking about these Africans coming in, and my family is very proud of how long it has been on Long Island. Also, they have talked a lot about how they do not come from slave stock. Like he's Negro, but he wasn't a slave. We tried to find names of Long Island Negroes have come prominent, but we haven't been able to, aside from finding the African Methodist Church in the county, so it's 30% of the Eastern pastors. But this is what I want to show. So this is the actual guy, William Bunn.
What was can you put that back in context real quick? What Bun was what you was saying that Bun was referring to? I'm slightly familiar with the buns, the cuffies and all that, the Shinnecock stock.
You're not as slightly familiar as I am, brother.
Bruh, remember, I'm the one who gave you all the channel,
No,
though.
you didn't give me anything. You gave me something that had my people's names on it, but it didn't say anything new. Brother, it didn't say anything new from what I already knew. Hold on, listen. I'm not playing. You gave me something, but it didn't say anything new from what I already knew.
No, it
like
told
I said,
surname is very Shinnecock, very Algonquin is very Indian.
No, it didn't say that, bro. We're not. Hold on. Stop trying to skip.
You better read.
This is what. Why are you not dealing with this source right here, bro? Why are you trying to skip to something else?
I just asked you to go back to what
I'm back to it.
I asked you to go back and let me see it again in context. Because, like I just told you, I was making food, so I want to make.
I read it from the very beginning, brother. I read it from the very beginning for you. You was making food. I read it from the very beginning. They're talking about how Africans were brought to this place in Long Island, and these Africans at this time were free, and they developed a black population. And what I was trying to show you was this man told that story. He said his grandfather. He said his grandfather talked about that a lot. And he is my second cousin, third time removed. But you see how genealogy works with oral history? Huh? And to prove it, look, Issa talking. It's in 1934, right? William Bunn. Let me find him living in Issa talking. Let's see that one. So this is simple. Issa talking. William Bunn. Same William Bunn from this article. Like, what could you really dispute about that? Like, there's nothing to say, man. This history been there. I took you all around. And you see nothing but black people telling of this African history. You quiet now. What's up? You good?
No, I mean.
But one thing I think you give me credit for showing the history? Did I show the history? I didn't show the history.
No, I always gave you credit for that. Like you one of the few niggas that will actually like pull up what you talking about, regardless if we can agree on it or not. You one of the very few niggas that will pull up what you talking about. Well, let me see here. To see if something represent whaling. Actually, the vessels went over to Africa and picked up a cargo.
Yeah. Shit real, brother.
What's that thing? Scroll up just a little bit, a couple sentences.
Damn, I didn't know what time it was. My bad, man.
Try and get you in trouble with your lady, nigga. Don't, nigga.
Nah, she just heard me say that too. She just heard me say it.
Hold on, where we at? Where was I at? I seen that. It seems that back in the 18th century, moneyed folk, in other words, rich folk of Long Island, made their living sending ships to sea, ostensibly for the purpose of whaling. Who was known for whaling? Oh, Indians. Actually, the vessels went over to Africa and picked up.
Yeah, and some of them Indians went over to Africa with them niggas and whaled and shit. They was on boats doing that.
Interesting. All
And
right.
they took over, but listen, that's what colonization do. They took over they resources, bro. That was the main resource for them. And they took it over. The white people started doing it. You can't understand that? Yo, Cass, what's up, man?
No, it sounds good. What up, Cass? Sounds good, but the reality is, once you like, they don't tell you is all the Indians that they took over there. Why do you think the Mende got a fucking history of the red corn? Corn ain't from Africa.
I know they was introduced to it after colonization. Bro.
Look at what the Mende say about that corn. Excuse me, Mende, whatever the hell do you want to call them today, or whatever they want to call themselves. I'm not exactly sure, but I can tell you this much: they got a story of corn, which doesn't come from there, which brings you back to Jack D. Forbes, and when he tells you about
you telling me about some what are you telling me about? That it don't got nothing to do with what I was telling you about this history of Black Americans. Like you took me to the Monday, bro, and I'm showing you what Black Americans.
Yeah, I did that because
that's crazy. I'm just pointing that out to you.
What I'm saying is, the reason why I brought up the Mende is because what you can look at is through a history. There is, you can't really find it, but once you dig down, you will see that Americans have been used in Africa since they came to America. You will see, especially the Brazilian, the Tupi number.
Did that change what we said though?
What's the other fucking name? There's a couple other names, but like the Tupi Namba, they actually have a thing is called Caboclo de Aruanda. King Kaz, that was for you. In which they remember their people going to Aruanda, aka Luanda, Angola. And which you will see with Jack Forbes, a lot of these Africans were already introduced into Americanisms. And then you will see, if you keep digging, you will find out that a lot of African so-called slaves, their favorite foods were American foods. But hey, get your laugh on, my nigga. Go ahead. Enjoy it. You ain't. I just gave you the source where to find it from. So
what food do America have?
Oh, you don't know about the slave? One of their favorite foods was cassava?
I know about the biggest fruit that y'all got that's in
the biggest
Ohio.
No, we're talking about all that. We're talking about
nuts and berries.
Oh
man, what?
Some of the favorite foods was cassava.
America don't have no food like that, brother.
Nigga,
rice was introduced to America.
How's
from Angola?
How was it introduced
in 1715, man? What you talking about here?
Introduced when Indians was already using it from Minnesota to South Carolina.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Rice came to America in 1715, sir.
Bullshit. 3, maybe the 5 grains, 5 different grains of rice was used from North America to South America. But we talking about North America alone, from Minnesota down to South America. But y'all try to deny that and say, oh, well, they didn't cultivate it. But no.
Rice is not indigenous to America, my brother. Africans have been bringing that over here for the longest.
bullshit. You trying to tell me that niggas brought fucking rice in their goddamn hair? Get the fuck out of here.
Whoever this dude was in the chat kept talking about this 1520. I looked it up, and that's what I just got. I never knew that. I didn't know that rice didn't come from America. I just found that out by reading the first thing that popped up about this 1520 mess. I don't know what he was getting at, but all I seen was a bunch of Negro and colored regiments of military armies and all these freedmen and all these people came and joined up in some Port Royal and they became part of the U.S. military, and they've been hanging around since all the way up until the Civil War. That's what I went and found. I don't know what he was trying to say, but that's what I found when I looked it up. And it said
You don't know what he was trying to say neither.
And it said something about the rice in 1517. Yeah, 1715, my bad.
The rice has been being grown from Minnesota to South Carolina. Long before any goddamn so-called slave trade.
No, sir. Rice is not indigenous.
You better do your goddamn research. I'm gonna tell you.
I don't think it is either.
Oh yes, it is.
I'm sorry, sir.
Because they brought them over here to cultivate the rice.
No, y'all believe that these niggas braided rice in their fucking hair, and they came over here. Go ahead.
Hold on, that was not the only way that rice got here, though, bro. I don't know why you keep saying that. Yes, they did put rice in their hair, but that's not how Europeans was
bullshit.
No, they turned it into a product, and they was sending this shit back.
So Africans was allowed to make this into a product, huh?
No.
Oh, so we see that y'all braided this rice in your hair. Go ahead and
they would come over here and run away, bro. They would come and run away immediately.
Stop the bullshit. If they was growing that shit and they wasn't allowed to, that shit would have been forbidden. That shit would have got burned the fuck out. They would have all been killed. Stop with the bullshit.
All right. Hey, not a coincidence. Hey, hold up. I want to stick my foot out and trip him as he comes through the alley.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get to that little thing he said about Mende. I want him to talk about this Mende people he was just talking about. I want to ask him where are the Mende people from?
Look up the Mende in the red corn. They'll tell you.
Would it tell me that they are the She people that they mistakenly call Olmec?
No, don't play. I don't play those games. Don't do that.
It wouldn't say that? You sure about this?
I know it ain't going to say that unless you find some pseudo source that says that. But if you go by what the Mende people say,
do you want me to really share my screen?
Yeah, please. Where do the Mende people say the red corn came from?
They said nothing about no red corn, but that's one thing that all Africans know is that the Mende people are from Rwanda and Madagascar. They are Nubians, Bezo Nubians.
Mende say the red corn came from, and I don't give a fuck where you said it came from. Corn comes from America, from every source that you go find.
And they came to America. They actually first came to Peru, Corral, Peru, and a little place called Negro River, in Argentina,
And they came to South America.
They built shell mounds. I don't think you knew that either. Yeah.
No, the oldest mountain in the fucking world, the oldest pyramids in the world, is BK people, Brazil. So anyway, so where did all this red corn come from with the Mende people?
I don't know about the little red corn, but I know the Mende She people are from Rwanda and Madagascar. That's one thing that I do know.
Cool, that's what's up. But guess what? They got a story of the red corn coming from where? Where do they say that red corn comes from? The Mende people.
It wouldn't matter, but they history is still wrote in stone over in museums over in Africa, though. You can go see this for yourself.
That's cool. That's what's up. Where do they say red corn came from? Where does science, since y'all love science so goddamn bad, where does science come from?
Africa.
Everything come from Africa, man. Come on, you know this.
Listen, science.
You niggas said Africa.
You just want to laugh. Can you read this though? Can you read the screen? You want to read that for me?
Hold on, let me pull it up real quick.
Y'all forgot tomatoes is from Peru. Yeah.
Oh, that's America. That's America, isn't it? That's America. All right, run away from the subscriber. What's this say? Plantation in Prince Edward County. That's Maryland. On Saturday,
Virginia.
let me scroll up. The 11th in the fuck in the instant 40 World Fellows, Prince, Cato, Charles, and y'all for real they get this nigga name Trash. That's fucked.
It is. Yo, history it ain't pretty all the time, brother.
I know. And then we got Billy Burton. Billy Burton. Prince is a very large fellow, is an African. There you go. That's the part y'all like. And speaks badly. And is very drunken.
And Qualls, so that nigga be on that heady one.
Come on, Dad. He is notable for being an excellent swimmer. Uh-oh. It sounds like he comes from the Caribbean. And I know what it says, but I'm telling you from experience, I've seen.
I keep reading, bro. Come on.
I know.
He said Caribbean.
You go to nigga, trust me. Fuck with the Caribbeans, you'll see how they are excellent divers. All right, Cato, a thick, well-made fellow, about 5 feet 6 or 5 feet 6 inches high, is also in African in italics. That whole italics part. Interesting. And speaks very broken English. Brogish. Oh, brogish English, which would be Irish. Okay. All right. And is tolerably sober, well-behaved fellow. Charles, or I can't read. What's this say? Traft, track, or some shit. Charles, or whatever the fuck his name is, for he will answer to either name. Is a native of Jamaica. Uh-oh. A small, slim-made fella, about 5'4" inches high and about 25 years of age. A native of Jamaica. Okay, cool. Billy, what the fuck's his name? Burlon. And mulatto. A stout young lad, about 19 or so years of age, was raised at this place and is a very well behaved fellow. All of them
but trash.
Yeah, that's right, trash. My bad. That's a fucked up name, yo. That's horrible. All of them but trash. I don't even like saying that. God damn, that's disrespectful.
I'll call him Charles.
We'll go with Charles. All of them but Charles were clothed in this fall and Dutch blanket, coats and breeches. And clothed in this fall and Dutch blanket coats. And breeches. Trash had clothes such as
You don't know what the Negroes are.
such as Negroes generally wear. Though he and what's that say? It looks like AIT, but alt. Hold on. Yeah. Though he and something clothes, such as what the Negroes generally wear. Though he and the fuck is that word? Oh, let me zoom in. Is that
he and all the others had other clothes with them, so that it's probable they will change their dress.
They will change their dress. So that last part really don't tell you a bunch of nothing.
What do you mean? I mean, my point is, why do they have this ad in there? Why do they have these ads for? and I have numerous of them. Like, if this shit never happened, like y'all said, why is this here?
I never said it never happened.
No, you'll say you definitely say these Africans and you say these niggas ain't Africans and all this other shit. Where it clearly says, so
Very
check it out. Look, it
thing.
says four Negroes. So in those four Negroes, we
Four
have
slaves.
we have an African, a Negro from Jamaica,
No, a
and a
native
mulatto.
of Jamaica.
He's still a Negro, bro. Because remember, there's
No, he's
four
a
Negroes.
no, no,
Bro,
no, no,
there's
no.
four Negroes. There's
You
four of
want
them. So
to straightforward
listen, show me,
game?
bro,
We're
bro,
going straight
stop.
the game. He's a native of Jamaica. Stop playing the game.
Is the ad calling him a Negro?
No, it's not. It's saying he's a native of Jamaica.
So he's not part of the four Negro fellows.
He must be, but he's a native. So the Negro,
bro.
That means Negro must mean what? Slave.
No, it doesn't. It means they're all descendants of Africans. That's why.
Because you're saying African, and native of Jamaica. Obviously, he's not an African if they're saying he's native of Jamaica. So that means Negro must be somebody held in bondage, aka slave.
All right, look. Let me explain this to you. Watch this. I'm gonna show you. So there is no difference, bro. The only difference is this native of Jamaica. He's in Jamaica, so he's in this British colony. So he's British. Look. He's English. He's gonna speak. Brother, stop. He's gonna be able to speak. He's gonna be able to speak English and shit like that. That's why.
Because if he's Indian, doesn't mean he's gonna speak English. If he's
not Indian, bro.
He's
not Indian. He's not Indian, brother. He's not.
It could mean Irish. Because if you know, Jamaican patois and Irish broguish are very, very, very similar. Look it up.
You gotta stop. Look, okay. So a Negro fella from Papa country calls himself Dubai, marked in the face with his country mark. So he has scarification. You probably don't know what that is. Right?
Yeah, American Indians had the same shit.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Just like they all fucking filing of the teeth. Same shit.
No, we're not talking about filing of the teeth, are we though?
It doesn't matter. It just shows you similarity.
Why bring up why do you do that?
Because it shows you that there's difference between cultures.
We're not talking about that.
Doesn't matter how far apart they are. These people did it over here, and these people did it over here. Doesn't mean this is where they are from. That's simple.
No, but that one they told you is from Africa. It says with his country.
You just switched over. This is a whole something different.
Yeah, I can go back to it, but I can show you other ones. Look, here we go. Watch. Negro. This is a thing. Africans do this. A Negro fellow of the Mandingo country said his name is Jack. About 23 years of age, about 5'5" inches high, has his country marks on his face.
Uh-oh.
A Negro fellow of the another one says his name is Isaac and has his master's name. Boom, boom, boom. With things say country.
How would he say his name is Isaac? Interesting.
Because they're in an English speaking country, bro.
No, he said his name is Isaac.
Yeah, that's his name. What are you talking about? That's what he's talking about.
Nobody call himself something English.
Cause that's his bro. He's in America. That's his name, bro.
Point what I'm making is that you guys will sit there and fall for anything that it says as soon as you see what you want to see.
No, it's not, bro. Dingo. This is in 1775. This is before there isn't even a United States of America.
You read a whole paragraph, word for word. What you talking about? Where is he picking at?
You're just saying anything.
No, I'm not. There's Congo in Panama. There's also Congo in Africa. How and you can't find anything about
that, brother.
But you can find everything about Congo, Africa. Interesting.
Bro,
I'm not saying here I'm saying is very fucking
I mean, but you can find everything about America also, brother. I mean,
no, they can find everything except for a black person say that they always been in America. That's what they can't find. That's what they can't find. They can find they say they find everything else, but they can't find people like Charles Emily Wilson, who says that my people are both red and black, and they're talking about these Africans
And
that
what
was
you
brought into America. This is what they don't have.
Yeah, I
They
know
can
that
say they
is
got
crazy.
grandma.
I can't believe that they don't believe that those people
hold on,
easily
you get some
mingle with each other and been mixing with each other ever since. I mean, a lot of them don't even know which more of of one side that do they have in them.
No,
Because
they
they won't
don't.
even take a blood test.
No,
no need to.
they so scared to be
And that's where
African.
your throat has been sliced. All y'all been decapitated
Emily
right there.
Wilson knows a lot more than you, brother, about her who and what happened. She
The minute y'all play geneticists, y'all playing eugenics.
Because you got
This
to
ain't no
prove who you are.
eugenics.
You can't just say who you are.
This ain't no eugenics, brother.
And it's easy to prove who you are. Very easy.
Tribe without my goddamn proving it. Okay, then shut the fuck up.
How
Just
you
by
what?
saying the name of a tribe, I can do that.
Again, how did I prove I was part of a tribe and be accepted by this tribe without proving it?
I mean, the
Yeah, but
Native
that's not
Americans been doing DNA
that's
tests
not
and they've
all
been
you
finding out
are.
that they Chinese and Mongolian. I mean, where
No,
y'all DNA tests at?
Look, Warrior and
I got
Wilson are the keepers of an extraordinary history. Look, this is the other guy. It was him and the lady. It was him. It was her. That's Emily Wilson, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
That was 1900s, right?
This paper's from 1993.
93.
But these people are old, brother. Look,
93.
Warrior and Wilson are the keepers of the history of the African Seminoles, brother. They've been doing this a long time. And they even predicted this shit. Watch what they say. Where's it at? So niggas gonna have a fucking damn. I wish I could find this shit right now. Where it say niggas gonna have an identity crisis, and that's what y'all going through right now. What the fuck is that shit?
Bad. I just got interrupted. I ain't heard like the last minute or so what you just said.
Of course. Anyway, we have black people saying they mixed with African and Indian, and they was enslaved, and they was other shit. The shit y'all say didn't happen. Y'all don't have people that say it the other way around. That's the point.
93, 63. Okay.
Yeah, so what? This lady, and right here, she's probably 80 years old, brother. You gonna don't act like because this is in 93, this is new or some shit. We're not
No.
doing that, brother.
Bring to you is the fact that y'all will deny
cemetery.
parents were still alive during that time. And, oh, they was fucked up. They ain't know what they was talking about. They believed in Jesus and all
No,
of
but look, nah, bro. Believe who says that? I don't say that, bro. I don't say that. You never heard me say that. You never heard me say that. Just because all of our ancestors in the church, that doesn't mean anything.
what I've heard people say. So I'm gonna do the same thing for you. So what I've heard other people say that are on the same side that you're arguing for, they will sit there and say that, oh, your grandma wasn't drunk, like King Cass. They'll say, oh, you fuck your grandma. She didn't know what she was talking about. She believed in white Jesus. And she believed in this. She believed in that. But yeah, when they sit there and say we're Indian, but if they said they was African, that's cool. But the minute you bring up the Indian shit, you gotta fucking deny it. Why?
Well, bro, you know I have Indian ancestry, so that ain't me. So I don't even know why you wasting your time. Now look.
No, I'm talking about people like King Cass.
Let me look. This is what they said. This is what that black man and the black woman. This is what they're trying to tell you. Look, it says Texas Seminoles who call themselves Black Indians are descendants of Creek Indians and former slaves who migrated from Florida. That dual heritage has caused an identity crisis of sorts for them.
Hold on. I'm about to pull it up for you. Here we go.
Did you hear that? Did you hear how y'all got an identity crisis?
Oh, say that again.
They said y'all gotta have a.
Looking for something, so I ain't really fully listening. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to show you how the elders predicted this shit in '93. They were saying that the dual heritage of y'all being African and Indian is going to cause a identity crisis.
No, Mister.
That's you know what I'm saying.
They saying they predicted this shit was going to happen.
That y'all gonna have an identity crisis, yeah.
Boston Journal.
Look, he said, I am black, but I am also Seminole, said William Dove Warrior. We have blood from both cultures running through our veins. So what are these both cultures they talking about? Because they're definitely talking about Africa, because they say Africa. But y'all try to say that it just never happened. Shit is just crazy. But where y'all people at? That's what I want to know. I still have not got that answer. I've been on here 4 hours. Not even in the chat, nobody said anything. That's the crazy part. They have nobody. That's the only thing I asked the pseudo Aboriginal. What y'all history? Well, but it's late. I gotta get up out of here, y'all. Y'all there? I'm about to get up out of here. Yo.
All right, now to come with enough for the drop down.
Alright, yo, Kill, good looking, bro. You held it down up here, man.
Already.
Yo, bro, KOK, what's your name, bro? That's King. Oh, all right, my bad. Yeah. I gotta
Yeah,
give you
King
some.
Kampala. Yeah, what up?
Yo, but you always pull up. I appreciate you, bro. You always pull up, man. You be in the chat.
You already know.
Or definitely appreciate
Yeah.
you. Or
Yeah.
yeah, I'm about to get up out of here, bro.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Again, I'm gonna look up again.
Yo,
High
you heard me?
Rebels.
You heard me? I'm about to get up out of here, bro.
Bet we'll do it another day then. I'm gonna make sure I got that shit up for you.
Nah, definitely. Yo, appreciate you, my dude.
No doubt, though.
All right.
Wow.
Well.